Okay, good afternoon to you all. So, online correct actually. My name is Vijay. So, I will be handling environment. So, normally for environment, it will take minimum 14 sessions. So, since it's online also, sometimes we may need 2 or 3 sessions extra. So, because that's what it's happening right now. So, okay. So, coming to the environment, first we'll try to understand the scope of environment in our UPSC. So, in UPSC 2011, this environment syllabus was added in the prelims. So prelims was completely modified. So in that environment as one topic was added. So in that year, in the prelims, we had approximately 24 questions from environment alone. And then in later point of time, we can find that after 12, 14, 15 and all, so the questions was reduced. Anyway, it came to 18, 19. And even last year, if you see, it was around 17 questions from environment. So if you take environment, by and large, we can find around 15 to 20 questions from environment. The second challenge what we have in environment is, you know that environment is a new subject. Basically, it came out of science and geography. So that's what, if you find 20 questions from environment alone, another 7 to 8 questions, we will find environment mixed with geography and environment mixed with sciences. So if you totally take it, totally around 25 questions, we will find environment based. And also in some environment question, what happens you see, there will be 3 statements. In that one statement will be, of course, 2 statement will be environment statement, and one statement, it may be a science statement or it may be a geography statement. So it is very difficult to separate environment from science and geography. So that's the reason first basic geography has to be completed. At least this physical geography, climatology, oceanography has to be completed, and then only we'll start the environment. So always if you want to start the environment, it is better to start with science. So first, I hope that NCERT, basic sciences, you would have covered. So 6th to 10th, if possible, +1, +2, selected chapter. First, we have to cover it. Geography, climatology has to be covered. Even oceanography, it is not done also, it's not an issue. At least climatology and basics of geography has to be covered. Then only we have to enter into environment. That is your study pattern has to be. So that's what the prelims, we have a very huge scope for the environment. Coming to the mains, after 2014, mains syllabus was changed. By the time main syllabus was changed, in that environment was added in the paper 3, GS3. So in GS3, we have economics, environment, science and technology, internal security. 4 topics we have. So the out of 20 questions in paper 3, it's only hardly 2 questions or maximum 3 questions is asked from environment. So the weightage for the mains is very, very less. And that too, the 2 to 3 questions, generally it will be from the current affair. Suppose your mains is going to be in the October month. So the last 6 to 8 months, what was in the current affair, that alone will be asked in the, in the mains. So that's what, there is no need for a special preparation for mains aspect. So we need to understand only from the prelims aspect, because if you take economics, yes, prelims is different, mains is different, because prelims, they focus only on macroeconomics. That is the core economics. But when it comes to the mains, totally the syllabus itself is different. But for the environment part of view, we don't have such difference. So we have to understand the entire environment. All the topics we have to understand. So mains is more of a management. We have to see the last 6 months current affair and then we do it. And environment as a topic, current affair is also playing a very important role. So for that, definitely the last 1 year current affair, we have to be very strong even for the prelims. But anyway, what we will do is, after our session, by the month of May, we will have one current affair topic, one current affair session, 1 or 2 session. So what I will do is, the last 1 year current affair related to environment alone, I will do the compilation. But from your part, please read Hindu newspaper and IAS Parliament, if possible PAB. So that please do it on your part. Okay, so that is how the basic things. Since it's offline class, we have some few students in online class. We have few students. So how many of you from engineering background here? Okay, so you're from which background? Mathematics. Okay, good. Oh, medicine. Okay, good, nice. Okay. So anyway, background is not so important. So whatever the background you come from does not matter. So whether you check whether the audio and video is clear. Okay. So it does not matter whether whatever the background. So what we are going to see is only the basic sciences. So we are not going to see some higher sciences. So maximum 10th standard. So if at all +1, +2, some minimum basics we have to see. Okay, so that is the first general thing I want to give it. Okay, now let's get into the topic, environment. So anyway, from the schooling, college, definitely you would have seen this topic. So I have some questions to ponder. So here offline students can answer, online students can put some response in the chat box. So here there are some questions. First question, why we need to know about environment? So that's my first question. The second question is why we need to survive in natural environment. So right now we are in a different ecosystem. We are in an urban ecosystem, am I right? So it is not a natural environment. So built environment, we can call it as, with buildings, with we have our own greenery system, am I right, with industrialization, agriculture activity. So totally the natural ecosystem or the natural environment is completely modified. So we are in a human-made environment. So right now, why can we be in human-made environment? Or if it not so why we need to survive in this natural environment? That is my second question. The third question is, what is going to happen because of environment degradation? So right now, that is what we are talking. So if you take a newspaper, so definitely you will find one or two topics related to environment. Even if a tiger dies, in the front page you can find, in the Hindu newspaper, in the front page you can find the tiger death. So they are giving a lot of importance to animal species, the loss of, normally we call it as biodiversity, the loss of plant species and animal species. So more degradation, pollution, many aspects of environment, probably you would have seen in the newspapers. So why degradation? What is going to happen because of this degradation? How it is going to affect us? So in a nutshell, combining all the four questions, can you give me a response? So do you think that whether the environment is degrading, because of this environment degradation, what is going to happen? In what way you got affected because of this environment degradation? Do you think that whether we need to survive in a natural environment? Yes, you say that we need to survive in a natural environment. If not so, what will happen?
Climate change and a lot of ice getting melted.
Okay.
So the cities are getting submerged.
Okay.
So therefore, I mean, coastal cities are going to get impacted. That means that will create new sort of refugees, like climate refugees. So
Okay.
we have economic.
Okay, fine. You're given a very broad thing. Okay, fine, good. So right now, my one question is how it is going to affect us. So here we have response because our own life is possible due to natural environment. Okay, food chain will get affected, sustainable growth. Okay, fine. That is also a part of the answer. In what way this environment degradation is going to affect us? Disasters are increasing, right? Yes, then any other?
And monsoons will get impacted.
Monsoons, climate change is happening. Our life is getting affected. Global warming is happening. Here's some response, natural disaster.
And animals.
Animal loss, death. Okay, fine. Health issues. Yes, of course, the health issues. Now, have you got personally affected because of environment degradation? Honestly. Honestly, right now, have you got personally affected because of environment degradation? By any chance, have you got personally affected? Pandemic. Okay, pandemic, we don't have a proof, but anyway. Yes, see, such a pandemic also happened. I'm like Spanish flu. So can you say that it's only because of environment degradation? We don't have direct, anyway, relationship is there, but we cannot show. It is one of the causes. Probably it could be one of the causes. Cumulative causes, it could be one of the causes. Anyway, let's take even that is a cause. So now, how personally we got affected? If you see, yes, we got affected, but here, so we are preparing for a civil service, am I right? So anyway, we should have a different mindset. So we cannot, because I will say that you are going to become a policymakers. Ultimately, you are the one who is going to create a policy for it. So your thinking should not be for a short term. Your thinking has to be for a long term. Any policy, of course, it has to benefit the people, but it not should be in the past. I cannot say that. What I'm trying to say is it should not be in the short term. It has to be long term. If you see the first picture, actually, this is my answer. See, yes, it is about the future. It's all about the future. So this picture shows it's a future. See, right now we can survive. Anyway, pandemic has come, but anyway, some or other way we have managed. So we have science and technology. Okay, we have medicines, we have advanced systems, technologies and everything. To some extent, we can survive. Anyway, but the thing is, the rate of natural resources that is depleting, the rate of environment which is degrading, in future, definitely we cannot survive. So it's not about us. It's not about even our next generation. The question is next and next and next generation. Because if you see the various reports related to environment, UNEP report or Clean Climate Air Coalition report or UNFCCC report, biodiversity report, everything says that by and large, commonly what they say is this earth can survive. That is, we can survive in the earth for next 100 years or 150 years. But we do not know how far it is valid. That we do not know. But various reports says that there is one report 2 years back, one report came, hothouse earth phenomena. By that way, they say that the earth is going to enter into a new age called hothouse age in another 100 years, where the earth will become completely inhabitable, where the people cannot survive in this earth. That is what one report has said. Biodiversity report says that 90% of the species, 50% of the species is lost in the last 100 years because of various human activity. And in another 20 years, 90% of the species will be lost. 90% of the species will be lost, so that only rest 10% of the species we will have. But anyway, with the 10% of the species, we cannot survive. So that's another report says. So the question is future. Now, if we all decide that we don't want future generation, whatever we have, let us use it, let next generation use it. Let us, if we don't think about the next and next and next generation, okay, we can close everything. We don't want to see about environment. We don't want to understand about degradation or its impact. Let us not bother. But if we think that, yes, we want the future, we want this future, whatever we are enjoying today, that has to be given to the next and next generation, definitely we have to conserve this environment. We have to stop this resource depletion. We have to stop this degradation. Okay, so right now, degradation, do you know what it is happening in India? Because of this degradation, the one major theme I'm saying that future, of course, is not possible. So how the future is not going to be possible? If you really want to see what this degradation is doing right now, from the policy point of view, you can see this degradation is pushing us into poverty. It is slowly pushing us into poverty. So probably right now you may not feel it. Of course, we may not feel it because we may come from middle class to upper middle class to rich class or something. All right, definitely the people who are here, who come for the coaching institute, who can pay to the coaching institute, definitely not a poor class. Most of the time they are middle class or upper middle class or something. So now we don't feel it. But there are some section of people right now, they have been pushed into the poverty. A very simple case, you take water. How many of you purchase canned water today? Most of us purchase canned water. Am I right? So, but whereas 10 to 15 years back, canned water is not the case. We use groundwater, but today groundwater, we cannot use it. So canned water, if you take a normal nuclear family, 4 members, if you calculate the canned water, if the canned water cost is around 30 rupees or 35 rupees, minimum 1000 rupees you have to spend for the canned water. I mean, drinking water, a normal nuclear family has to spend. So now 1000 rupees for us, it's okay. We can manage. But there are many families in India, 1000 rupees is a big money. They cannot spend that. Still, they are depending for water from the government. Drinking water, they are expecting only from the government. So now this is one scenario I'm saying. Slowly, when you see it, the rate at which the land is degrading, almost 50% of the land is degraded and is entering into a stage which is called desertification. Desertified means the land is going to become desert where cultivation is not at all possible right now with the known technology. So we have taken a resolution. There is one conference called UN Conference on Combating Desertification. In that, they have taken a resolution. Globally, all countries have taken a resolution that we want to bring land degradation neutrality, LDN. So we want to bring the land, okay, back to the life. But anyway, with the known technology, bringing the land back to the life is not so easy. So the sorry state is, you can see that in UP and all, more than 50% of the land is already degraded. Purely because of, not only because of human activity, start from agriculture activity to mining or various different types of activity. So when the land is lost, agriculture becomes a problem. Food security becomes a problem. Am I right? The food cost will increase. When the food cost increases, automatically inflation will increase. Am I right? So to what extent you can control the inflation? Am I right? So that is a one. So the land is degrading. Second, you see water. So what is the status of water? In future, there is going to be a war for the water. Right? That is what we're expecting. So anyway, in the climate change, water scarcity is going to be the major one. So if you take in India, do you know in India, we have approximately 75% of the water bodies is polluted. I hope that many are from Chennai. In Chennai, how many lakes we have? Do you know that? 4 lakes, but actually 40 lakes we have in Chennai. But the thing is, it's only the 4 lakes we can use it as a drinking water. Even if you go just 4 kilometers from here you go, there is a lake called Koratur Lake, which is also the biggest lake. We have Ambattur Lake, which is also a big lake. But that is not used as a drinking water source. It cannot use it. More than 75% of the water bodies, lakes or rivers body or something is completely polluted. And that is how the status of water and also groundwater. The rate in this recently, the Niti Aayog released a report that there is also a global report says that highest groundwater consumption in this world is India. India stands first in the highest groundwater consumption. Okay, almost it seems that 30% of the world groundwater, maximum groundwater consumption happens in India. If this rate goes on, after some point of time, groundwater itself will become very difficult. So for that, recently they brought up policy, and recently they said that EIA has to be conducted even for groundwater extraction. So that is the stage right now we have come. Now future groundwater, what is the status? See, I cannot say there will not be any groundwater. Of course, you can go further down. So we have in Australia and all, they have some technology. So today, if you are going for a few meters, so there are in Australia and all, we have a technology, we can go for much more kilometer and we can take the groundwater. But the question comes, who is going to get it, who is not going to get it? That is what the question comes. Yes, there are some set of people, of course, I will say that it is a rich class, upper middle class. Okay, to some extent, middle class will manage. But the next class always suffers. So of course, in a civil service, of course, most of the time you know that always what you need is a empathy. So you want to work for the pro-poor, am I right? So civil service is a pro-poor. So the question comes, because of the degradation, it is only the poor class is going to get more affected rather than the rich class. Of course, the next one, pollution. So right now, so what is the, you know that India has jumped into BS6, Bharat Stage 6 norms for engines. Anyway, if you see, so 2018 or 19, a report came from UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and WHO. Both together, they released a report for India. In that report, it was said that in India, every year, there will be 13 lakh death because of air pollution. Only because of air pollution, there is going to be 13 lakh death. Okay, heart disease. Heart disease can happen because of what? Heart disease, stroke can happen because of what? Most of the time. Lifestyle disease, but anyway, even if it's a lifestyle disease, again, the root cause may be something like, cholesterol, or probably it should be a cholesterol, hypertension, okay, diabetes. But hereafter, air pollution can be a cause for heart disease. Air pollution can be a cause for cancer. Air pollution can be a cause for stroke. So in that, the WHO said that 30% of the heart disease has come because of air pollution. Because when any pollutant, in this pollutant, when you take any engine pollutant and all, there is something called particulate matter, a small pollutant, dust particle. Now when this particulate matter goes inside, when you inhale, immediately what it will do is it will bind with the cholesterol, it will put it in the, it will convert into a plaque, actually. That's what it will do. So air pollution itself, last year they clearly told that because of air pollution, 10% of the death has happened in India, and we have lost 9% of GDP. So air pollution is the biggest concern in the future. So that is the reason immediately we have jumped for National Clean Air Program. We have gone for BS6 stage for engines. Immediately nowadays you cannot use BS4 engines. The RTO office from April 1, 2020, they will only register BS6 engine. They will not register. BS6 engine is something refined engine. I will say that which will have a better emission control where air pollution can be minimized. So that's what, there's another issue which is happening. I'm just trying to give a overall view, and climate change impacts. So as you said, disaster. So still we are not very clear. Climate change, what is the impact is going to create? So, but the impact is going to be huge. So very simple. So you told ocean sea level rise. You told me sea level rise. Yes, because of sea level rise. If 1 meter sea level rises, or even let me say 2 meter sea level rises, the entire coastal region will be completely gone. Of course, just imagine the entire coastal region, let me say, start from, just imagine, this is a peninsular India. This is a peninsular India. Right now, 1 degree Celsius has increased. That is what IP says. That is what the global report says. So it will. We all have decided that we have to limit the temperature to 2 degree. 2 degree it should not extend. Even 2 degree if it goes, an organization called IPCC says that 2 degree if it increases, when you reach 2 degree, if you maintain the 2 degree, minimum 2 meters of water will rise. By that way, the entire Chennai coast, Trivandrum, ports, Mumbai, everything will be lost. Just imagine, you want to reconstruct this entire thing. Start from Chennai city, reconstruct a Chennai city, Mumbai city, okay, Trivandrum cities, reconstruct all the port. What is the cost will come? It will run into billions and billions of dollars. Very simple. One disaster comes, any cyclone, Gaja cyclone or any cyclone that comes, you see what is the loss? You calculate the loss, the recent cyclone that came, 40,000 crores or 50,000 crores it runs. Now you see, because of our human activity, the various cyclones, of late you are hearing about extreme weather event, normally they call it as the cyclones, the difference in the monsoons, changes in the monsoon, flash flood, hailstorm. So now these consequences are also happening because of the climate change. So that is the impact. Now what will happen, you see, everything will try to, not this one, everything will try to push us into a concept what is called externality. I hope that macroeconomics would have been over, right? Macroeconomics la GDP, when they took this GDP, they would have used this word called externality. Have you heard about this word? Even in the NCERT book it is there, even in the school books it is there. What is that externality? Just imagine an ITC company, it's a tobacco manufacturer. Just a minute. See, audio, video. Okay. See, audio, video, from here it is clear, I think so. There is an issue. See, many students are saying there is no issue. See, please try to check your network connections. Please try to check your network connections. Okay, because it is clear. From all the side, it is clear only. Please check it. Okay, so what is externality is, let me take ITC company. Now the ITC company, let me say, produces a tobacco, produces a cigarette. So now because of the production of that cigarette, so what is the revenue the company is getting, how much employment the company gives, how much taxes the government is receiving. So anyway, it is contributing to the GDP activity. Am I right? But after taking the cigarette, people will have some problems. Am I right? The people will spend the money. So now that is a loss. Suppose, for example, because let me say, just for an example, let me say, suppose because of this ITC company, I'm getting a benefit of $1 billion, but after consuming the tobacco, people are getting into health issues, various types of cancer or emphysema, anything they get it. And because of that, the people are spending $2 billion, then there is no use at all. Am I right? That is what externality. Now, today, in order to increase our GDP, we are increasing the various power plant. You see, if you want to increase GDP, definitely you want electricity. Without electricity, you cannot do. 80% of the electricity in India comes only from the thermal power plant, burning the coal. When you burn the coal, anything fossil fuel, when you burn it, all the pollutants is going to come out. All the pollutant is going to come out, including carbon dioxide, climate change, methane, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, all the pollutant is going to come out. And now that is what is creating more problem. So now, because of coal power plant, our GDP is increasing in one side, but in the other side, what is happening, you see, we are entering into environmental externality. When I say environmental externality, you see, one side coal burning, yes, GDP is increasing, employment, poverty is reducing. That's a good thing. But the other side, CO2 comes out and climate is changing and we are experiencing huge disasters. And again, we are spending the money. Okay, now, recently you would have heard about Namami Ganga program. This is one of a flagship program of BJP. They said that they will spend 20,000 crores in this program. 20,000 crores they will spend in this program. Now the question is, why don't you spend the 20,000 crores to education or health or something? Okay, anyway, we cannot say it's wrong in spending the money because river is polluted. Now, first thing, why the river is polluted? The main reason is all the sewage are directly discharged in the river and 5 industries are responsible for it. Sugar industry, tannery industry, distilleries industry. We will discuss more in water pollution. 5 industries are responsible for this. Now just imagine, one side economic activity is happening, other side again we are spending the money. That is what economic experts, the environmental experts and economics experts say that if another 20 years or 30 years of time, if you do this degradation, after some point of time, what is going to happen, you see, whatever we are earning, we will be spending back on the environment. That's all. It will suck most of our GDP. That's all. We will be earning. So now you see coastal, Chennai, if it is, suppose if the sea level rises, Chennai is going to get affected. Some infrastructure will get affected. Now again reconstruct the infrastructure. Metro train, reconstruct a metro train, run into 70,000 crores, 80,000 crores. Actually, this is what is going to happen in the future. So environment degradation at any point of time, at any angle or at any perspective you see, definitely it is going to give us loss. At any point of time, it is not going to have anything. So the future also is going to become non-sustainable. At the same time, the losses what we are going to find is also very high. Of course, this is still a debatable one, COVID pandemic. Whether the COVID pandemic is because, the down to earth is is a magazine which has given a news that scientific evidence shows that felling of tropical forests create ideal condition for the spread of diseases. This is what the title. Could forest loss have triggered the COVID-19 pandemic? So anyway, so pandemic, we have faced many epidemics and pandemics. So now the question is whether it has got anything related to environment degradation. That is the question. They are seriously discussing it, because there is a lot of theory came that whether it came from snake, come from pangolin, but by and large, what finally it was said is these bats, probably bats, that it can host most of the virals most of the time, but the bat needs a habitat. Many species needs a habitat. Most of the time, the habitats are trees or something. If they lose their habitat, then when they move from one place to another place, when they don't get a proper habitat, that time the viral shedding can happen. So normally when the virus sheds, when the viral comes out, probably it will always, virus always try to find a host. So it will try to host. Probably that could be a reason that it would have found a host like a snake or like a pangolin or something. By that way, it would have come. So it would have gone into mutation. Normally the virus will generally get into a mutation. By that way, it would come. So this is still a question, whether it has happened in this way. So that is a thing which goes on. So the one is, it is pushing us into poverty. The second is externalities. So hereafter, whatever we are going to earn, some or other way, we are going to spend it on the environment. So for that, only one thing we have to do, we need to stop the degradation. Okay. So again, the loss of biodiversity. So this is another thing. So 50% of the species are lost in the last 100 years. In another 20 years, 90% of the species will be lost. If you take a tiger, do you know what was the tiger population in India? It was around 40,000. It was more than 1 lakh, but in 1900, it was more than 45,000. Today, tiger is hardly 3,000 numbers. Just hardly 3,000 numbers. Okay, you take an elephant population, lion population, Asiatic lion, if you take. The Asiatic lion, once upon a time, it was from the Persia, Iran, Iraq, India, Rajasthan, desert, and also even till the Gujarat, semi-arid, everywhere it was there, Asiatic lion. But the Asiatic lion population today, it has come to 620. The last Asiatic lion is only in the Gir forest of Gujarat. That's all. So now you see the species are lost. Elephants, every year, approximately 400 elephants are getting killed in the man-animal conflict. That's the data says. That's all the data which I take it from the Hindu newspaper and everything. So now the question is, these species lost, what is going to happen? If these species are going to lost, okay, let them die. What is that? That is what the problem is. Yes, as he says, we all sit in a single pyramid. That's the problem. We human also is part of this ecological pyramid. Because just imagine 5 to 6 years back, in Assam, there is a small pig called pygmy hawk. This is a world's smallest wild pig. Okay, if you take that pig, the pig weight will be around 7 kg, adult pig itself. That's the world's smallest wild pig. The chief minister of Assam told that he is going to construct a zoo for this pig. Why a chief minister? Just a minute. Network issue ka? Sorry, disconnect panni potrீங்களா? Okay, so just a minute, we will disconnect and again connect it.
You are in the Zoom meeting now. This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. So when come to the loss of biodiversity, again I will just talk it. So this is a pig, the world's smallest wild pig called pygmy hawk. The Assam chief minister, it's in Assam, the Assam chief minister said that he was going to construct a zoo for this pig. So why a chief minister has to focus on a pig? The reason is, when this pig population declined, we started seeing the rhinoceros population started declining, swamp deer population started declining, tiger population started declining. So if you ask me what is the relationship between them, we cannot say. No ecologist can give an answer. They can only say only one answer, because it is a very complex interaction. So the relationship is not only feeding. So if you ask me, stray dog, roadside stray dog. So roadside stray dogs. Now, whether there is any connection between we and the stray dogs, probably there is no direct connection, but it helps us in a different way. So anything dead, rat or something is there, it used to consume it. By that way, it prevents us from some diseases. So some sort of a relationship we have between species to species. So that is the reason we cannot even lose a single species. Even tiger dies. Why the Hindu newspaper has put it in the front page? Why they have to give such an importance? Because it is a top species. Normally they call it a keystone species, apex species. Now it controls the entire forest. Normally the logic is, when I control the tiger, suppose if I conserve the tiger, the entire forest is conserved. Because the tiger will control the next level will control the next level. By that way, the entire ecosystem, the entire forest will be in ecological balance. So that is how we say the loss of species also is another major factor. So now it's very clear that degradation should not happen. Am I right? So economic activity. So whether we need economic activity or not, yes, that also is needed. We cannot stop it. Am I right? Suppose if I ask you, no air conditioner, no TV, no fridge, okay, or no bike, car, no petrol, no burning of petrol. So it's not possible. Am I right? For the huge population, we need to survive. We need to provide some employment. We need to provide some food. There is no other go. So here we also have another problem. So the major problem is protest. This is what environment versus the economic conflict. Whenever we go for an environmental activity, you can find the environmental, economic activity. We find the environmental activist, comes in the picture. So even in the Kudangulam protest, you can find the Vedanta mining, Odisha protest. Lot of protest is happening. That is what normally I call it as, even the Coca-Cola, they're extracting a lot of waters. So a lot of protest is happening. So now environmental activism, I can call it as. So now what preference we need to give? Whether we need to give preference for environment or we need to give preference for employment. Striking a balance, that balance only, it's a very difficult one. What is the balance? That is a question comes. Anyway, we have to go for development. We cannot move forward without a development, but the development has to be sustainable development. We have to go for a sustainable development. We have to strike a balance. So as he says, we need to strike, our goal should be to strike a balance between environment and economy. Economic development should also happen. At the same time, ensure that environment is conserved. Okay, when I say environment is conserved, what we need to conserve? Very simple. We need to conserve our air, we need to conserve our water, okay, land, soil, am I right? The flora, plants and animals, including forest and everything. We need to conserve it. We need to ensure that our activity at any point of time does not disturb this various factors, environmental component. That is our main idea. So in this entire topic of environment, this is what we are going to see. How this degradation happens in air, how this degradation happens in water, soil, the various waste like municipal solid waste, e-waste or something, climate change, how it is going to happen. At the same time, how it affects the biodiversity, flora and fauna, how it is affect the ecology. That is what we are going to see it. So as a topic wise, how we will proceed is, first we will start with a science-based topic, ecology. That will be our first topic. So this is a science-based topic. You need to have some patience. Okay, it is a mix-up of environment, geography, some geography and sciences, basic sciences. So that's the reason I told you to, start with science. So in ecology, we try to understand what is the relationship between, environment, that is the normal, that is the various environmental component, and the biological component, that is the various flora and fauna, and what is the relationship between organism to organism. So I will tell you in detail. So in this, we will try to understand in detail about ecological pyramid. We will try to understand the various interaction between organism to organism, the various interaction between the other abiotic. When I say abiotic, like air, water, non-living, that is a life supporting system. So we try to understand a little bit in detail. Theoretically, we will try to understand. Then only we can move forward. So once we understand this ecology topic, probably it will take 2 or 3 sessions. Normally, we will find 2 questions from this ecology chapter. Then we will try to see, ecosystem types. So we have 2 types of ecosystem, that is land ecosystem, terrestrial. terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem. So within the terrestrial ecosystem, we will try to understand the various habitats. Start from tropical rainforest, am I right? So we have savanna, tundra, temperate deciduous forest, taiga. Anyway, in the geography you would have seen it. That is a geography point of view. But here what we are going to see is from the flora fauna point of view. Major adaptation, very basic level, major adaptation in tropical rainforest, major adaptation in tundra, taiga. Okay, so it is a mix up of geography and this one. So whenever they ask a question in that, definitely they will give you one geography statement, two environment statement, two ecology statement, they will give it. So that's all. When it comes to aquatic, so anyway oceanography would have been done. So we are going to see what are the types of species that survives in the ocean bodies. So very importantly, we will discuss about mangroves, coral reefs, seagrass bed, salt marshes, right, and the concept of wetland. So that and all we will see. From the ecological point of view, we will discuss in that. That's the second topic. Probably it will take 2 to 3 sessions. So from this, it is the questions are very erratic. They didn't ask any question. Sometimes they ask one question. Sometimes they ask even 8 questions also. So anyway, in UPSC we cannot predict it. So this topic is also another important topic. Then the third topic, this is what another very important topic, biodiversity. Biodiversity stands for biological diversity. That is the various plants and animal species, including microorganisms, the various levels of species. Biodiversity. Okay, so in this topic, our focus will be on conservation of biodiversity. We will directly see we cannot see all the species and all, it's not possible practically. But anyway, when come to plant and animal, at least we will discuss around 60 to 70 animal species. Because in exam they ask it, there is no other go. Generally they will ask the status of a species, what threat status the particular species has got. At least 70 to 80 species we have to keep in mind. And more focus will be on conservation. So how do we conserve our flora and fauna? Yes, through various measures like national park, wildlife sanctuary, community reserve, conservation reserve, biosphere reserve, tiger reserve, elephant reserve, so botanical park. So that and all we will try to discuss. And also we have a lot of legislation under this. So we have, because biodiversity mostly forest, so forest related Forest Right Act, okay, we have Forest Conservation Act, so Wildlife Protection Act, so that and all act and all we have. International related also we have some conventions. So anything, any topic we go, anything related to national conservation, anything related to international, that parallelly we will discuss. Okay, so this is a long topic, and this topic is more of a factual oriented topic. Because if we take national park, there will be, I can tell you the difference between national park versus wildlife sanctuary. But how many national park? It is 125 plus national park. Wildlife sanctuary, 515 wildlife sanctuary. That and all we cannot discuss in the class. So factual part, you have to see it. There is no other go. But one thing, current affair, what are all the national park, wildlife sanctuary that came in the recent news, that I will discuss during the current affair session. Okay. Most of the time from this topic, 6 questions comes, but most of them are factual oriented. So that we have to see. Then the next topic we will enter into pollution. Pollution. So when come to the pollution, we will be discussing 3 types of pollution. So air pollution we will see in detail. Water pollution also we will try to see it in detail, all the different types of water pollution. Then finally we will discuss on solid waste. So out of these 3 pollution today, which is the most concern? Air pollution. Because air pollution is a concern, but after 30 to 40 years, solid waste is going to be the concern. Because the reason is, right now we are producing approximately 1 lakh tons of waste, municipal solid waste every day we are generating. Now by 2040, it is going to increase to 12 lakh ton, 12 times it is going to increase. Because the reason is demographic transition. Right now the urban population is 30%, rural population is 70%. When you come to 2040-50, you can find urban population will be 80%, rural population will be 20%. This is the demographic transition that is going to happen in India. So that time the waste generation within a small areas, small cities will be very high. If we don't manage that solid waste, yes, it's going to have great concern. So we have plastic waste, we have e-waste. So different types of waste, we will do a general discussion, solid waste. Okay, that's the third topic. So normally from this topic, every year they used to ask 3 questions. And then we will see a concept of EIA, Environment Impact Assessment. Probably you would have heard about it recently. It came in the news and all. In WhatsApp groups and all, you can see a lot of messages. So here we will take one session for EIA approximately. we will see in detail how this environment impact assessment is conducted. What it is before any economic project is going to come, we need to assess the project. We need to see how well that particular project is going to have an impact on the environment. Okay, based on that, we will decide whether to allow the project, not allow the project. If the impact is going to be more, if the activity is not unsustainable, if the activity is sustainable, we will allow. If the activity is unsustainable, then we will not allow. That is the idea of this EAA. So here, what are the steps, what is the process, what is the procedure, we will try to see it in detail. It is a mains oriented. Then the last one is climate change. The last one is climate change. Okay. So in climate change, first basics of climate change we'll see. What are the causes of climate change? What are the impacts of climate change, like sea level rise, that and all we'll see. And then our focus will be more on conventions. So we have this United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. So 25 conference of parties over. So we have to see the 25 conference of party. We will see the major milestone. So how it started, how the convention started. So in that, what is that Kyoto Protocol 1, Kyoto Protocol 2, Paris Agreement. So till Donald Trump has come out of the Paris Agreement, what is the issue? Right now after Joe Biden, so what is going to happen? So that complete history we need to see. So, okay, and also India action on climate change. What is the India has committed in the Paris Agreement? So what are the targets we have given? In for that, what are the actions we are doing within India? So we have to see that in detail. That is what we will see in the climate change. So probably it will take 3-4 sessions climate change. So 4-5 questions also comes from the climate change. So that's how totally 17 questions you can find approximately. Mixing with geography, it can go up to 25. That means out of 100 questions, 25% will be, 25 to 30% will be from environment and geography. Okay, so that's how it will be. So if you want to see the syllabus, now you can see the syllabus. I hope you will understand. For the preliminary, what they have given is general issues on environmental ecology, biodiversity, climate change. Okay, that do not require subject specialization. Okay, but it requires. Okay, definitely it needs. Without some specialization, we cannot do it. Some sort of a specialization it's needed. At least 10th plus 2 level it's needed. So in this, pollution they have not given. But every year they will used to ask one question from air pollution, one question from water pollution. Okay, so 3 questions from pollution they ask. So that means the syllabus is tentative. Okay, when come to the mains, directly conservation. So conservation of biodiversity, conservation of air, water and all. Then pollution and degradation only they have given it here. And then environment impact assessment. So even in the mains also they ask question on climate change. Climate change conventions also they ask it. So the syllabus is not so fixed. So generally they have given a very tentative syllabus. So what we have to do is we have to study the entire environment. Holistically, we need to understand the topics of environment. Okay. So what source you need to follow? No doubt at all. This is the only book is available, of course, across India, our essay book. Even all Delhi students also following the same book. So no difference at all. So directly we can go for essay book. But I request you to study NCRT. NCRT 6th to plus 2. Of course, 6th to plus 2, but 6th to 10th is very mandatory. 6th to 10th is mandatory. Plus 1, plus 2, selected chapter you can study. If possible, study. If not possible, leave it off. Suppose if you are good in science, okay, so then there's no need to study. It's up to you. So you have to gauge yourself. Suppose you feel that you are very good in science, basic sciences and all, you can directly go for essay book. Suppose if you feel there's some sort of a lacune, some gap, then better start with the NCRT, then go. Then it will be very easy for you to study. Okay, so that's how the source. Now let's start with ecology. Let's start the first topic, ecology. Principles of ecology. See, what are those selective chapter? So in course of time, I will tell you. So 6th to 10th science book. In science and technology, science book, you see it. In that, for environment, what we need is biological sciences. But it is better to read physical sciences also. Because anyway, 6th to 10th, it's needed for everything. See, SIA book, it's a large book, I know that. So don't have, a mental block. So when you read, after the classes, when you take a SIA book, I hope that you can do it. there will be some policies and programs and all. That and all you can do one reading. So in a course of time, whatever the chapter I complete here, if you take the book and if you read it, definitely you can complete the entire book. That's not an issue at all. Okay. So by seeing the book size, please don't get scared. Okay. Okay. First, what is ecology? I will say that ecology, the proper definition is, it is a subject that studies the interaction among organism and between organism and its physical environment. That's a definition, a proper definition. Ecology is a subject that studies the interaction among organism and between organism and its physical environment. So I will say there are two terms here. The one is biotic, abiotic. Abiotic, there is another term, biotic. So I will go from very basic level. I assume that you do not know anything. Okay. So because there can be some difference, some people will be good in sciences, some people will be poor who comes from the arts background. So when I take it, I will take it from the very basic level, assuming that no one knows anything. Okay, so there are two terms here, abiotic, biotic. So what is biotic? Biotic means biological organism. When I say biological organism, what are and all? Yes, it can be plants, it can be animals, including humans, the various animal kingdom, plant kingdom, and including microorganisms, microbes, including the various microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, okay, whatever the microorganism, small animals and microorganisms. So this is called biological organism, biotic. There is another word called abiotic. So abiotic means non-biological. When I say non-biological, what it is? It is nothing but, I will say this as life supporting system. Life supporting. Abiotic, I will say it is a life supporting. So what are those abiotic? Air. So whether we need air? Yes, we all need air because oxygen is important. Then water. Water is another life supporting system. So without water we cannot survive. So our body, for metabolism, every day we need at least 1-2 liters of water. Okay. Then temperature. Okay, we need optimum temperature. So a particular temperature is needed. We cannot survive in minus. Okay, without adaptation, we cannot survive in 80 degree or 90 degree. So we need a particular temperature for survival. Even a bacteria needs a particular temperature. Every animal, plant needs a particular temperature. So that is a life supporting system. Light. So temperature and light. In what way light is important? Of course, for us it may be for vitamin synthesis or something. And apart from that, anyway, light gives you the vision. And very important, photosynthesis. So without a light, there is no plant. When there is no plant, there is no animal at all. So for photosynthesis, light is important. So that's what light. And then soil. So without soil, plant growth is not possible. Nutrient entry is also not possible. So air, water, temperature, light, soil, these are all called as abiotic. These are all called as abiotic, or I can call this as a life supporting system. So in ecology chapter, what we try to see is, what is the relationship between abiotic and biotic, and that is only 50%. And what is the relationship between biotic and biotic? Relationship between biotic and biotic, organism to organism. Okay, so that's what tiger. So loss of tiger, of course, we will also lose something. So what is the relationship between tiger and humans? There is no direct relationship, but there are a lot of indirect relationship we have. So that is what understanding the relationship between organism to organism is called biotic to biotic. So see the definition, it is relationship between abiotic to biotic and biotic to biotic. That is a full definition of ecology. So for our environment point of view, this is what we have to see in detail. What is that biotic to biotic interaction? Because this abiotic to biotic, basically it is a science, pure science, biological sciences. But first I will just touch this and then we will get into this. First we will try to see abiotic to biotic interaction. abiotic to biotic interaction. Okay, so today we have different types of plants, different types of animals, and different types of microorganism. Am I right? So from where it came? So what is the cause? What is the reason that, say, today if you come to the earth, we have a tropical rainforest, we have, when you come to the equator, when you go above from the equator, we have a desert system, we have both. So for all these things, what is the reason? So if you want to give in one word answer, what is the answer you will give? What is the reason for all this thing? Yes, photosynthesis, climate. Yes, this is one of the main reason, tilt of the earth. Of course, multiple reasons, but this one reason is one of the very important reason. Why tilt of the earth? So probably since the earth is tilted, a particular region is getting more heated, particular region is getting less heated. So we get differential pressure, differential temperature. So I'm getting more temperature here, low pressure. I'm getting less temperature here, okay, because of that high pressure. So always the earth tries to maintain equilibrium. In climatology you would have seen. So always the air will move from the high pressure to low pressure. Because of that only, we are trying to get different types of pressure belt and wind belts. Am I right? The tilt is one of the main reason. Suppose if the earth is not tilted, definitely you would have not seen this. You would have not seen this pressure differences, am I right, temperature differences. Definitely there is no wind movement at all. Why a wind has to move? Only there is a difference of pressure, only the wind will move. So now always the wind movement, everything happens. Now the question is, when the wind is passing through an ocean, probably it will pick moisture, it will give rainfall. So ultimately the temperature and the pressure by and large decides your vegetation pattern. Am I right? So that's the reason equator why you have to get a tropical rainforest, because more heating, equator receives more heat, lot of convection is happening, so more moisture you have, rainfall is more. So when you go above further, desert, because of the climatic region. So when you come to desert, for that environment you get a particular type of a plant, you get a particular type of animal. So when you further go above, you get a deciduous, temperate grassland. Here you find savanna, tundra, taiga. Am I right? So it is only the tilt of the earth, the temperature, pressure decides your different climatic aspect, in turn decides your plant, in turn decides your primary producer, that is the primary producer, in turn the consumer and the top consumer. So that means the root lies in the abiotic factor. Am I right? If you go to a particular place, go and stand here, definitely you can see what is the air. Of course air is going to be same. You can see the temperature, you can see the light, okay, you can see the soil. Am I right? Based on that only you can find a particular vegetation, you can find a particular animal will be surviving. So that means by and large it is only the abiotic decides. Okay, when I take abiotic, what are the abiotic we have? Yes, the first abiotic, let me see the list of abiotic little in detail. The first abiotic is temperature. Temperature. See, when you take a species, I can say that 99% of the species are conformer. We call species, we can divide into conformer or regulator. Broadly you can define. Ecologically we can classify into conformer, regulator. If you ask me what is the difference, conformer are the one who can only conform or who can only survive in that particular abiotic condition. If the abiotic condition changes, they cannot survive. For example, if you take any plant species or animal species, it needs a particular temperature. So example, let me say mango tree. Can you find a mango tree in United States? No, not at all possible. Mango tree only you can find it in the South India, am I right? In this region, tropical region only you can find it. So when you take a mangroves only in the tropical region. So coral reefs, a particular type of a coral reef only in the tropical region. Am I right? If you take a taiga only in the particular subpolar region. So that means temperature decides that vegetation most of the time. Temperature is the major factor in deciding the vegetation, and the change in the temperature most of the time the species, 99% of the species in this world are conformer. They only conform to that particular temperature. Now changes in the temperature, no, they cannot survive. That is the reason today they say mangroves are becoming extinct. Very important mangroves are becoming extinct. Seagrass bed is becoming extinct. Coral reefs are also declining. The reason is temperature is changing. When the temperature is changing, automatically they cannot survive. So that's what species can be called as stenothermal, eurythermal. You can sometimes they will say a particular species is a stenothermal. Sometimes they may say it is a eurythermal. That is difference in temperature, this species can survive. That is, these are the species, eurythermal are the species which can survive in a wide range of temperature. Wide range of temperature. For example, roses and all is an example. Eurythermal. Stenothermal, they can only survive in a narrow range of temperature. They can only survive in the narrow range of temperature. So all other species, almost 99% of the species will be stenothermal. So that means temperature should not change. Temperature is a deciding factor for the species. But today what we are doing to the temperature? Climate change is happening. And I'm saying that 99% of the species are conformer. They can only survive in that particular temperature. When the average temperature changes, then what is going to happen? Yes, the species will become extinct. Then the entire biodiversity will collapse. So till now they say that 1 degree Celsius has increased from the pre-industrial time. The industrial time, so till now 1 degree Celsius has increased. We cannot underestimate this 1 degree because our earth was pushed to a little ice age, because of fall in 1 degree. Just because of fall in 1 degree only, our earth has entered into ice age. So 1 degree is also a major thing. Now hereafter we are going to reach 2 degrees Celsius. Globally we have decided that we have to limit our temperature to 2 degree. So when it goes on, what will happen to the 99% of the conformer? Many are going to become extinct. So that's how the very important abiotic factor, temperature, right now it is changing. That is called the climate change is happening. Okay, the second is light. Light is a second abiotic factor. See, regulator is a one. So what is regulator? Regulator is a one. Even if a slight changes in the temperature, it will happen. So it can survive. For example, we come under regulator. Suppose if the temperature increases, what happens to our body? Immediately our body will sweat. The main reason is the sweating will cool down our body. Again, it will bring the body temperature to 37, whatever the temperature. So when it is very cold outside, immediately our body will shiver. Because why it is regulating. When it shivers, the muscles are activated. By that way, the heat is getting generated in our body. Again, the temperature will come to 37. So we come under the category of regulator. But anyway, regulator also has a limit. Am I right? If the temperature comes to 40, okay, you can do regulation. If come to 80, 90 and all, we have to become a conformer. Even if it is a regulator, beyond a point, we have to become a conformer. Okay, but most of the species, 99% of the species in this world are conformers only. They need a particular type of a abiotic. Abiotic should never change. Okay, come to the light. So light, we know that, as I already told you, light only do the photosynthesis. If you take any ecological pyramid, the base is the primary producers. So everything survives only by the plant. Sun's energy plays a role. So the sun's energy goes to the plant gives the energy to the next level and next level and next level. So by that way, photosynthesis is an important thing. Okay, apart from photosynthesis, do light has any other role? Yes. So for human life, of course, for vitamin synthesis and all, it's needed. But apart from that, for animals, light is a very, very important indicator, especially for migration, foraging. Foraging means searching for food. Foraging, searching for food. Foraging means searching for food. Migration is also determined by light. So you know that there is one crane called Siberian crane in Russia. The Siberian crane, during the winter time, Siberia will be very cold. So what it will do is, it will eat more to get more energy. Then from there, it will fly and will come to India, where it means it's Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, there is one national park, which is called Kalidu National Park. So the Siberian crane, from there it used to fly and it will come to Kalidi National Park. The entire winter it will spend in Rajasthan. Then once the summer happens, again it will go. So most of the time, sensing the temperature and light only, it will come. So that means light plays a very important role in migration and searching for food, foraging, and even some of the flowering, reproduction. Flowering of plants and all is also dependent on the light. So even we can survive in an artificial light like this LED lamps and all, even though sometimes we may not get exposed to the sunlight. But for most of the plant and animal species, light is a very, very important bioindicator, very, very important indicator. Okay, so today what is happening to the light? Because of lot of pollutant and climate change agent, we are experiencing a phenomena called global dimming. So what is happening, you see, many air pollutant, some small particle and all, goes to the upper atmosphere and it forms like a shield. Because of that reason, the light intensity is reducing, which is called global dimming. So again, it is because of pollutants what we discharge. Okay, so that is the second abiotic factor, light. The third abiotic factor, water. So water, we know that life is originated only in water, and water decides the productivity of plant. So why tropical rainforest is very richer? So richest forest in this world, Amazon forest and all, richest forest, tropical rainforest. So why in the sense? The main reason is temperature and water. Water is a very important factor. Anyway, if you have more water, the productivity of the plant will be high. So directly productivity of the plant is dependent on the water, and every organism needs water. Am I right? We need a water. So for example, even for our body metabolism, we need at least 2 liters of water or something to excrete the urea and everything. So that's how the water is a very important factor. But there are some species who can survive even without a water. For example, that's a special adaptation. You come to the desert. When you come to a desert, especially come to the Sahara desert and all, we have a rat which is called kangaroo rat. That kangaroo rat will never drink water at all in its lifetime. But its body need water for its metabolism, but it will never drink water at all. So what it will do is, whatever the food it consumes, part of the food it will convert into fat. Now, inside the body, it will break the fat. When it breaks the fat, the byproduct is water. That water it will use it for its entire body. And that too, that water it will not urinate. If it urinates, again water loss will happen. So what it will do is, urine, it will convert into urine crystal and it will excrete as a solid form. At any point of time, it will not leave the water, it will not drink water at all. So that's a very, very special adaptation. You can find it in the desert, especially kangaroo rats and everything. So that's what, water is a very important, but there are also species who can adapt even without a water. Okay, and when I say water, if you take a aquatic fishes or something, whether can it survive in any type of water? No, a particular quality of water is very important. pH is important. Okay, take a lake fish and put it in the river. Can it survive? No. It's the same way, take a lake fish, put it in the ocean. No, it cannot survive. Am I right? So that's what, you take an ocean body, let me say this is the ocean. So let me say this is the Pacific Ocean. The depth of the ocean may be around 4.5 kilometer to 5 kilometer. The species that survives here cannot survive here. The species that survives here cannot survive here. Most of the time it will not come here. Because what is the reason? Because this region has very low temperature, high pressure, where the pH will be completely different. At the same time, this particular temperature, this particular temperature, this particular pH is totally different. So that means abiotic is a very important, that too water is very, very important. Even this pH of the water is very, very important. So lake fish, I cannot put it in ocean. Ocean fish, I cannot put it in lake. So that means they can only survive in that particular thing. Now today, what we are doing to the water? They are polluting the water. I don't know, 70% of the water bodies is polluting. And second thing, because of air pollution, we are getting a lot of acid rains. Acid rain changes the pH of the water. So most of the lake pH is changing. Most of the ocean pH is changing. Now, because of that, what happens? You see, many fishes, many corals, many important marine organisms is entering into extinction. So that's what the human activity is also disturbing this water bodies and water. That's another thing. Then comes the next one. So hereafter, it's very simple thing. Air. air, soil. Okay, in what way air? Yes, oxygen is also very important in water bodies, dissolved oxygen. Okay, coming to the air. So why we need air? Because we all come under aerobic respirators. This is given in your aerobic respiration versus anaerobic respiration. It is given in your 6th standard book. So what is the difference between aerobic respiration and anaerobic? Aerobic means these are the species that survives in the presence of oxygen. These are the species, anaerobic respiration, or the species that does not survive in the presence of oxygen. So why we need oxygen? To process our food, am I right? To break the food. So whatever the food we take it, that is broken down in the presence of oxygen. So when it breaks, the carbon will mix with the oxygen, come out as a carbon dioxide. It's respired as a carbon dioxide. So that's how oxygen is important. So most of the species are aerobic respirator. So we have some bacteria which can survive without the presence of oxygen. Even within our gut also it can be, which is a pathogen. So which is an anaerobic respirator. Now this bacteria, what it will do is, without the presence of oxygen, it will break. But the problem is when they break that food without the presence of oxygen, sometimes the methane, hydrogen sulfide is emitted. Am I right? Sometimes even in the human body, lactic acid, it's all emitted. If you break in the presence of oxygen, probably carbon dioxide is emitted. If you break without the presence of oxygen, so normally methane, hydrogen sulfide, lactic acid and all will get emitted. Okay, so whether the human body, we can do any anaerobic respiration. Yes, possible for a short period of time when you do exercise. Am I right? So normally when you do exercise, that time the body cells and all needs more oxygen, needs more energy. So it will demand for more oxygen. That time when the oxygen is not supplied, immediately the brain will give a command to the cells to do a anaerobic respiration. That time automatically they go for anaerobic respiration. So that time lactic acid and all will be there, will be present. That is the reason next day pain and all will be there. It's not the muscle soreness, it's a pain related to anaerobic respiration. After 2 or 3 days time, the aerobic respiration again it will come. So even in our case also, sometime a small period of time, for a short period of time, anaerobic respiration can happen. But major is aerobic. Okay, you come to the wetland, you would have heard about wetland. The problem is the wetland is what? Even though wetland is a very important ecosystem, wetland emits a lot of methane. You know, sometimes it emits hydrogen sulfide. The reason is wetland itself is an anaerobic respiration. Because in wetland, oxygen is not present. Most of the time, anaerobic bacteria will be there. They will start decomposing the material. That time, methane comes out. So that is a challenge in the climate change, even because methane is a greenhouse gas. Okay. So coming to the air, yes, we need air. But today, what we are doing to the air? We are polluting the air. Am I right? So we are completely polluting the air. So more than 30 plus pollutants are coming out from it. And today in India, we are monitoring 12 pollutants. So we'll see in detail in air pollution, like nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, various pollutants are coming out because of our various human activity, industrial activity and everything. So by that way, air is also getting degraded. Soil. So coming to the soil, you know that soil only gives support to the plants, in turn provides a nutrient. So that's the reason, you know, all the level of organism is able to survive. But today, what we are doing to the soil, yes, we are changing the pH of the soil. And second, we are making the soil desertification. We are making the soil as desertified. So that's it. You can see the various abiotic factor. The various abiotic factor: air, water, soil, sunlight, temperature. Now this various abiotic factor, it's a life supporting system. This various abiotic factor or the life supporting system, and today we are damaging this life supporting system. We are polluting the air, we are polluting the water, we are degrading the soil, we are dimming the light, and we are changing the temperature. So now when you do it, what will happen to the producers? Yes, they will also get problem. That is how it happens. Okay. Now this is the first part, biotic to abiotic. So if you read science book, 6th standard to 10th standard, you will get more information in this. Okay. Now, suppose if any changes happens to this abiotic, especially temperature or something, how the species adapt? So it's a basic biology. So just I will give an overview from science book, you can see it. Normally, any species can go for 3 types of adaptation. When you take adaptation, we all have 3 types of adaptation. The one is called the physiological adaptation, morphological adaptation, behavioral adaptation. Physiological adaptation, morphological adaptation, behavioral adaptation. Okay, adaptation, why adaptation means for the changing abiotic condition, adaptation has to happen. It's not only for the changing abiotic, even from the evolution period, because the environment is keep on changing. So the species also should adapt to adapt. So as Darwin says that the species, the strongest will survive, will try to adapt, the weakest will get eliminated. So normally when you want to know about adaptation, basically we have 3 types of adaptation. So physiological, that is internally, if you are able to adapt, that's called physiological. Physiological internal, so that is what the one example is kangaroo rat, I told you. So what it does in the desert is called the physiological adaptation. What kangaroo rat does is called physiological adaptation. So as I told you, it will not drink water. It will break the fat. That byproduct water itself, it will use it. So that's one example of physiological adaptation. Okay. Then come to the human. Even in humans, what we have is a physiological adaptation. When more temperature, as I told the another example, when the temperature increases, automatically our body will sweat. Homeostasis, we call it as in science. So our body will sweat. Suppose when it's very cold, our body will shiver. Again, to maintain the body temperature. That's one example of adaptation. Okay, if you go to the top of the mountain, is there any body changes will happen? Yes, our RBC count has to increase. That's what, if any people who survive on the top of the mountain, you just check their RBC count, you check your RBC count. Assume that you are from the plain, definitely their RBC count will be more. Because when you go to the top of the mountain, oxygen level is less, pressure is less. So obviously when you go above, definitely you will have less oxygen, but in the less oxygen you need to survive. So for that, what you need to do, our body has to increase the hemoglobin content. Okay, RBC. When more RBC is created, obviously it can easily bind with oxygen, so that even with the less oxygen, we will be able to survive. That is one example. I'm just trying to give different examples of adaptation. Okay, if you want to see example, there are thousands of examples. Just 2 or 3 examples, just for an understanding. Then a classical is hibernation. Hibernation, estivation. You would have heard about polar bear in Arctic. Polar bear in Arctic is doing a adaptation called hibernation. So, okay, what is that hibernation is? You know that the Arctic winter temperature will be very cold, will be very, very cold, extreme cold. So definitely in that coldness, it's very difficult to survive because the energy loss will be more. So what polar bear will do is, it will go for a hibernation. So in that hibernation, what it will do is, it will first cut down its metabolic process. It will cut down its food requirement. For example, if it needs 3000 calories per day, probably in 400 calories it will survive. The entire day it will sleep. Normally we call it as a snooze or something. So that's what you can see here. During hibernation, bears can go without food and water even for 240 days. Without food and water, they will do 240 days. It can survive. So in the cold temperature, it will sleep. Continuously it will sleep for 2 months or 3 months, and it will try to escape from the time. That's all. Hibernation means escaping from time. So it can do. Whether human has hibernation? No, we cannot do hibernation, because the main reason is we don't need it actually. That's the reason. Okay, suppose the same hibernation, if it is done in the summer month, it is called estivation. Nowadays, they are using the word interchangeably because desert species also will do this hibernation. Desert rats, during the morning time, it cannot come out. Deserts, the temperature is very high, am I right? So morning time, it's very difficult to come out. So that's the reason, generally it will stay inside the hole and it will sleep. It will hibernate during the daytime. So normally hibernation during the summer month, normally they call it as estivation. Okay, so this and all some examples of physiological adaptation. Okay, morphological adaptation. What is that morphological? Morphological means exterior structure. Okay, by chance have you seen Eskimos? Eskimos in the polar, tundra, taiga, in the top and higher latitude, there are some people called Eskimos who lives in the snow. Normally, if you see Eskimos, they will be very short. They will have a very short hand, short limbs, short legs. Why they have to be very short? Because they are surviving in a cold temperature. The reason is a person is more tall, heat emission will be more. See, a person is 6 feet tall, a person is 4 feet tall. What is the difference? A person with 6 feet tall has to consume more energy. Body heat releases will be more. But whereas a person is 4 feet tall, comparatively will be less. So these Eskimos are able to survive in the snow period, especially in the tundra or in the polar region, because they have a very small hand, small leg. So that the heat loss will also be very, very minimum. Even say desert species, desert plant. Normally, desert plant and all will not grow very tall. Whereas you come to the tropical rainforest, the trees will be for meters and meters. But desert plants and all will be very short. Because when it is very tall, then it cannot do the heat balance. It becomes very difficult. So that's the reason it is something called morphological adaptation. Even you take polar bear, it will have a lot of fur, hairs. Why the reason? To trap the heat. That's all. Second, you cut the skin of the polar bear. Under the skin, you will find a thick fat deposit. The entire polar bear body will be surrounded by a thick deposit. That is what when a polar bear runs, you can see the body shakes like anything because it's a fat deposit. So why the entire body has to be covered with fat? The main reason is to insulate. That's all. Because the body temperature has to be maintained. In that cold temperature, it will be very, very difficult for them to survive. That is called morphological, exterior structure adaptation. Okay. So behavioral adaptation is what? Right now, what we do is a behavioral adaptation. You see here, we use air conditioner to escape from the heat. That's a behavioral adaptation. When it is very cold, you put a sweater. Okay, so now we can do a superior behavioral adaptation, but animals, how it will do? How the animals will do the behavioral adaptation? It's only through migration. Migration. That is what, when it is very cold, the species will migrate. So today we have many migrating birds, animals, which will migrate from one place to another. When it is more summer, it will migrate. So even this summer month, you see dogs and all, what will do? It will try to come to the house, side of the house. So that is something migration, which they cannot tolerate the heat. So that's how abiotic to biotic, how adaptation happens. Okay, so this entire information you cannot see in SAA book. It's not part of environment. It is part of your science. So you have to read it only from the 6th to 10th book. Okay. So now we have to see biotic to biotic. So we'll take just 5 minutes break and then we'll start this biotic to biotic. now we will move on to the very important part, biotic to biotic interaction. Biotic to biotic interactions. So first we will try to understand about this ecological pyramid, and then we will go to the interaction. So definitely in the schooling time you would have seen this. It's a triangular shape. So the bottom will be the primary producers. So they call this as a primary producers. Then nothing but the plants. Then you have the primary consumer is nothing but herbivore. Herbivore or the plant eating animals. Probably the next level is the carnivore level 1. Then it can be carnivore level 2, and it can be a top carnivore. So animals, then animal eating animal, the top carnivore like tiger, dhole, okay, lion. So these are all the top carnivores. TC, top carnivore. Apex predator, top carnivore. So it's applicable for the land, it's applicable for the water bodies. When you come to the land, probably it can be a plant. A plant can be a herbivore. This herbivore animal eating, so something like a deer or something, elephant or something. Then you may find a carnivore level 1. You can find a frog, snake, hawk. So anything. If it's a water body, how it's in the water body? So you cannot find plants. You can find some floating plants. Most of the time, the primary producer for any water body, ocean or lake, is algae, phytoplankton. This is called as phytoplankton. Algae. So these are the primary producers. So we'll see detail in biodiversity what are the different types of phytoplankton. So algae. So then it is consumed by some herbivore. Probably we call it as a zooplankton, or sometimes some fishes also is there, herbivore. So we can find some marine mammal also herbivore. Then apart from that, you will find some carnivore like fishes, shrimps. At the top, you can find some shark. Top carnivore, maybe a shark or something. Am I right? So even for a water body, even for a land, so everything is same. Okay, so I have 2 questions for you. The one question is, why this particular ecological pyramid has to be triangular in shape? That means why the bottom is broad, why it's going narrow, why the top is small? That's the first question. Second question, we have tiger. Sorry, tiger is in the top. Tiger or lion or whatever may be the top. Okay, why there is no species to eat a tiger? Okay. Yes. But anyway, this pyramid was not made in that context. This pyramid is made on the energy context. Most of the time, when they represent ecological pyramid, it is not based on the population. Anyway, for population, we have a separate pyramid. But normally, anywhere you see an ecological pyramid, it is based on the energy. It is an energy pyramid. Okay, when I say energy pyramid, so who is a driver for this entire ecosystem? Primary producer is a driver. But for the primary producer, who is the driver? Sun. Even though we have abiotic, but sun is a very important one, because sun only gives the light as energy. That is the reason it is able to do photosynthesis. Am I right? So without sun, there is nothing. See, energy means sun only is a source of energy. There is no other source of energy. The sun's energy only we have taken it. We are consuming it. So the sun's energy through the photosynthesis, it goes to the plant. Then it is given to the next level. It is consumed by the herbivore. It is consumed by the carnivore. It is consumed by the top carnivore. Am I right? So it is only the sun's energy is transferring to us. Now, from here, when the energy moves on, they say that, okay, or first, sun's energy. Do you know how much percentage of sun's energy can be trapped by the world plant? Sun is giving a very huge energy, But out of that huge energy, how much percentage can be trapped by the world plant? The rule says 1% rule. They say that it is only 1%. In some book they may say 2%. Anyway, 1 or 2%, but let us take it as a 1% rule. It is only 1% of the sun's energy only can be trapped by the plant. That's all. World plant and trees, including phytoplankton, anything, let it be ocean or land or nothing, anything you consider, just 1% only. Okay, now just for an example, I'm giving it here. Suppose, let me say the 1% energy is 10,000. 1% energy is 10,000 joules, just for example. Calories or joules, calories, let me take calorie. Now in this, whether the entire 10,000 can go to the next level? No, it's not possible. So the law says that whatever the energy it takes, the plant takes, only 10% only can be converted into its body. That only will be available to the next level. That is called 10% rule. So that means if a plant has got 10,000 joule, how much energy can go to the next level? Out of this 10,000, it is only 1,000 joule. Okay. From the 1,000, when it goes to the next level, again it is only 10%. It is 100 joule. So we put it as calorie, energy, calorie. Let us take calorie. Okay. So now let me given some analogy. Assume that morning, afternoon, evening, you consume rice or wheat, chapati or rice, idli, dosa, anything you consume. Let us assume that you consume rice for 3 times. How many grams of rice you need for a day? Approximately. How many grams? 200 grams? Per meal. Okay. So now for the entire day, afternoon, morning, afternoon, evening. So for the entire day, assume that you are taking only rice, idli, dosa, afternoon rice or something. How much grams of rice you need? 300 grams. Okay, fine. Let me take 300 grams. So 300 grams into 30 days. So approximately it is around 9,000 grams something. So into 1 year. Okay, let me assume your average age is 24, 25. Into 25. So it will come 2 tons. By this time you would have consumed 2 tons of rice. I'm sitting here, am I right? But what is your body weight? Some around 60 to 70, 55 to 75 or something. So what happened to the rest of the... See, for the 2 tons of rice, what should be your body size? Definitely for 2 tons of rice, your body size should be more than the elephant. But why the body size is only, just 75? Suppose if a tiger comes and eats us, it will only get 75 kg or 80 kg. But we have consumed, till now, we have consumed more than 2 tons or 3 tons of rice. So what happened to the rest of the energy? So every day you consume 2,000 calories. Entire 2,000 calories converted into fat or something? No. So for our body functioning, for the kidney functioning, liver functioning, brain functioning, the part of the energy is gone. Am I right? That is called resting metabolism. Am I right? For that itself, even if you don't do any activity also, you need a particular energy level. So that is how the logic. So whatever the energy it consumes, everything it cannot convert into body, everything cannot be given to the next level. It is only the rule says 10% rule. So it's only 10% can go to the next level. So in this again 10% can go to the next level, 10%. So here 10 joule, then 1 joule, then beyond this, you don't have energy at all. So that is the reason why there is no species to predate a tiger. Yes, there is no energy. Beyond a tiger, you cannot find any species at all. Tiger or lion, whoever may be the top predator. Let us take a shark in the ocean. Beyond the shark, there is no other species at all. So by chance, against the nature, for hypothetically I'm saying, against nature, if any species comes and predate a tiger, then by eating the tiger alone, it cannot survive. It has to eat the entire pyramid. So which the nature will not allow. So that is the reason it is triangular shape. At the same time, okay, why there is no species beyond. Understand? And also this energy flow, whatever the energy flow, always it is unidirectional. It always unidirectional because it does not come back reverse way, right? Okay, I say that 10% of energy is transferred. So what happened to the 90% of the energy? Have you noted that 90% of the energy where it goes? Okay, 10% is transferring, but what happened to the 90% of the energy? Yes, the 90% of the energy is lost. It's lost as a heat loss. It is lost as a heat loss. See, reversal is not possible. So for example, what I'm saying is a plant is eaten by a herbivore. So herbivore will not be eaten by a plant, right? Exception to pitcher plant, that and all, leave it off. In general, it's not possible. Always the energy flow is only in one direction. Okay, whatever the energy, sun's energy transfer, 10% is going in this direction, 90% of the energy will go as a heat loss. Okay, so that's how ecological pyramid is made up of. Okay, so if you construct a pyramid for Western Ghats, you construct a pyramid for Northeast Himalayas, construct a pyramid for, Amazon forest, whatever, or you even take a ocean, Pacific Ocean, you construct a pyramid, put all the primary producer, herbivore, carnivore. Yes, this law is applicable everywhere. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, in this various trophic level, normally we call this level as trophic level. In various trophic level, what are the interaction? That is what biotic to biotic interaction. That is what we are going to see here. You see, that is what I told. Sun's energy is going to the primary producer. In turn, it is going to the herbivore, carnivore, and top carnivore. Now, most of the time, 10% law is happening. 90% is lost as a energy. Okay, so it's also lost as a energy. So now, in this, when you take biotic to biotic interaction, what all the interaction happens between organism to organism? So in this, the first interaction, we have approximately 6 interaction. So let us take the first interaction, predation. So let us first discuss about first interaction, predation. Okay. So you can see here some 4 species. Now I'm giving a lot of, see, if you take this biotic to biotic interaction in essay book, it will be given only 1 page. But we will be taking more than 1.5 hours to discuss about it, because I'm trying to give a lot of example for our understanding. So example from the newspapers and everything, Hindu news and everything. Okay, you can see the predation. You know what is predation? One is eating the other. So you can see the 4 examples. You can see a lion. A lion is predating a zebra. You can see an aquatic, in a water body, a fish is eating a fish. A big fish is eating a small fish. You can see same aquatic wetland. A crane is eating a frog, which is predating. Even a cattle which is eating a grass is also predation. Okay, first thing, why predation? Why a predation has to be happened?
To maintain the food chain.
Yes, to maintain the food chain, of course, energy. So we are all predators. So even if you're a vegetarian, you're a predator. Even if you're non-vegetarian, you're all predator. Everyone is a predator in this world. So I will say predation is for energy transfer. Predation is for energy transfer. Okay, that is the one. But predator, whether they do only this role, whether they do this only role. Okay, for that, let's see one example. So let's 2 to 3 years back is an example. You can see the species. Actually, the species name is called Nilgai. Nilgai. Sometimes it is also called as blue bull. So 2 years back, it was in the news. Hindu newspaper, every day it was in the news. This blue bull. Basically, it is found in the Deccan Plateau and also in some parts of, Uttarakhand, Bihar and all. Actually, the news is this species is a protected species. Protected in the sense, it is coming under, this species is protected under the Wildlife Protection Act. It's a scheduled species. Normally, any species which is a scheduled species, you cannot kill just like that. Okay, but within the Wildlife Protection Act, there is a category called vermin. If anything is a vermin, we can kill. There is no restriction at all. But if it is a scheduled species like Schedule 1, Schedule 2 and all, you cannot touch it. You cannot kill that. This species, Nilgai, is a mammal, is a scheduled species. Actually, what has happened, you see, in the 3 states of Uttarakhand, Bihar and Himachal Pradesh, this species population has increased dramatically and it is creating a lot of nuisance, damaging the agriculture property and everything. Because of that reason, the 3 states requested the central government to change the act, to do amendment in the Wildlife Protection Act, to bring from the scheduled to vermin category. So they want the species from the status of schedule to vermin. Vermin means you can go for killing. That is, you can even go for culling, C-U-L-L-I-N-G. Culling means mass killing because its population has dramatically increased. So that's the reason they requested. Immediately central government, what they did was, so they took the request from the state government. The state government, all the three state governments said that it is creating a lot of nuisance, agriculture property and all, it is damaging. Population is also very enormous. Let us go for culling. Central government also gave a notification that, okay, they put that species, Nilgai species under vermin category. Okay, you can kill. But anyway, our PETA will not leave it. Am I right? Immediately PETA went to the Supreme Court. Okay, and they put a case. See, this is again the animal right. They have planned, the state government and central government both joined together, and they are planning to go for a culling of this Nilgai, which is a protected species. It's a scheduled species, protected species. Deliberately from the protection list, they are putting in the vermin category and they are going for a mass culling. This is a major species. Anyway, this debate went on. Finally, the Supreme Court called. Okay, Supreme Court called and asked why you want to go for a culling. They said that it's damaging agricultural property. Initially, they said that why don't you go for sterilization? Okay, catching each and every one, sterilizing and all, when it will be over. So that and all is not possible. So we have to go for culling. Finally, it was said that, okay, fine, go for culling. That is what Supreme Court refuses to stay, culling. Supreme Court said that, okay, go for culling. If it's creating a lot of nuisance, what you can do? But the only question is, why this population has increased? This is what in editorial it came. After some point of time, when the issue was going for 1 month time, after that in the Hindu editorial, it came. Why this population increased? That's all. See, in the ecological pyramid, none of the population increases dramatically. Am I right? Except human population. Exception we have. But these population and all will not increase at all. But why it has increased is predator got reduced. That's all. Because of deforestation, various human activity, predators got killed. Once the predator got killed, it does not have any control at all. Then its population dramatically increased like anything, and it has completely destabilizing this entire ecosystem. It is not only in India. When you come to the European or even when you come to the American forest, temperate deciduous forest, they have a forest called temperate deciduous forest. We have something called tropical. In temperate deciduous forest, there is a deer called white-tailed deer. This is one of the principal deer in the temperate deciduous forest, especially in US and all. Now this deer actually it is destructing the entire forest. Even in US also they are going for a culling of this species. Culling of species, they are also going for it. So even though it is a protected species, they are putting in the vermin category, they are going for culling. So that is how you think predator, not predation is not just an energy transfer. I will say that predator controls population. Predator controls population. Every predator, so if you find a predator, that is what you can see here. If you take a herbivore controls this one. So the carnivore level 1 controls this one. The carnivore level 2 controls carnivore level 1. The top carnivore controls everyone. So that's what predator controls population. Okay, within this predator, we have one top predator. All right, this is a top predator, lion, tiger, these are all. Almost we can call it as apex predator. Top predator, apex predator. So tiger. So is there any importance to this predator? Is there any specific importance to this predator? By chance, if I remove this predator, if a tiger, 3000 tigers right now we have, if this 3000 tigers is lost, what will happen? So there are more chances that the entire ecosystem itself will collapse. So that's the reason this top predator, apex predator, or the species that controls the entire ecosystem, we call it as a keystone species. The ecological term is called keystone species. I will tell you what is a keystone species. So now they want to understand I think in a few years back, 2 American biologists, ecologists, they want to understand what is the real role of this top predator. If I remove the top predator, what will happen in that ecosystem? They want to do a research. For that, what they did was, they took a coastal area. In that coastal area, there was in the coastal area, there were some primary producers. Let me say some plants, phyte and all. Then it is a herbivore. Then they had some carnivore. They had some primary producer, plants or phytoplankton. Then they had some herbivores. Then they had some carnivore. Then top carnivore. So this top carnivore is nothing but starfish pisaster. That is what I've given it as a starfish pisaster case study. It's a keystone species. So in the coastal region, this starfish pisaster is the top predator. The American biologist wants to know, if I remove the starfish predator, what is going to happen? So for that, they completely fenced that entire coastal region. They took from few square kilometer, they completely fenced it so that no species comes in, no species goes, because they want to do an experiment. So so no species comes in, no species goes out. And then what they do is, they have collected all the starfish pisaster. That is, they removed the entire starfish pisaster, and they are waiting for 2 to 3 months what is happening with the ecosystem. Now, can you guess? So this is a primary producer. So let me say this is level 1, this is level 2, this is level 3, this is level 4. Now, both the biologists have removed the starfish pisaster. Now, can you guess what would have happened to level 3, level 2 and level 1?
So level 1 will get destroyed because of level 2
okay. Anyway, after 4 months or 5 months, I think, of course, the entire ecosystem collapsed. None of the species was there, except some primary producers was there. But immediately what they found was, this level increased and this level got eliminated. This is a strange thing. This level got increased and this level got eliminated. Okay, what is the reason? If they further investigated, they came to know that these two species, of course, they are all competitor because they want to take the species. Am I right? Because of starfish pisaster, the two species meeting each other is very, very less. Because starfish pisaster is always there, so this will be running in one side, this will be running in another side. When starfish pisaster was not there, the chances of both them meeting each other has increased, and everyone wants to control the prey. Because of that, they fought with each other, they killed each other actually. That is, it is not only controlling the population, actually till now the starfish pisaster has controlled competition. So that means the top predator is doing a much more bigger role. So not only by predating, controlling the population, some or other way it is also controlling the competition in the next level and the next level. So that is why the top predators are very important, which normally we call it as a keystone species. And keep in mind, keystone, not necessarily it has to be a top predator. Okay, sometimes a plant can also be a keystone species. That is, if I remove that species, the entire ecosystem will collapse. If that is the condition, then it is a keystone species. If you come to our Western Ghats, our Western Ghats is very famous for amphibians, frogs. There are very, very important rich frogs are there. Now this frogs, if you remove it, there are keystone species frog. If you remove it, the entire ecosystem will collapse. So that is what we call it as a keystone species. Okay, just make note, keystone species. It may be a plant. It may be a plant. What is keystone species? It may be a plant or top predator or apex predator. It may be a plant or apex predator. When it is removed, it's apex predator that controls the, please strike that when it is removed, that controls the entire ecosystem. It may be a plant or apex predator that controls the entire ecosystem. Next line. If it is removed, the ecosystem may get collapsed. Or it would function differently. So the ecosystem may collapse or it would function differently. Okay, so that type of species we call as keystone species. Okay, why we need to understand is, suppose assume that you become a principal. Okay, suppose assume that you become a principal conservator of forest. You get into an Indian Forest Service or something. So a budget will be given to you to conserve the forest. Is it possible to conserve each and every species? No. You come to Western Ghats, you come to a Nilgiri forest, or you go to, Corbett or any other forest in Northeast. So it's not possible for you to conserve each and every species. So the first thing is to identify what are all the keystone species. The more the importance you give to the keystone species, better the forest will be conserved. So that is how we always should identify what are all the keystone species in a particular ecosystem, in a particular forest. Okay, so predators is doing a bigger role. Okay, sometime you can think, okay, why don't this predator eat everything? Top predator, of course, controls population, controls competition, but whether the top predator itself will not eat anything, will not eat all the levels. That's what, when you take always the top predator, tiger, you take a tiger, lion and all, normally they say they are very judicious. Judicious in the sense, they know how to predate, how much to predate. That is the judiciousness that always a top predator will have. Okay, but in our case, what we will do, actually we are not a top predator, am I right? So a tiger, if it feels hungry, it will go and eat it. But what we will do, we will cultivate, we will store it, we will keep it for years and years and we will eat it, am I right? That is not a judicious one. Most of the time, the top predators or all keystone species are very judicious. In an ecosystem, they know how to act. In any forest or in any ecosystem, how to act, how much to predate, how much not to predate, they know it. So that is the reason conserving the top predator keystone species is always a very, very important task. Okay, that is the first one. Now, the second is, what is the biggest threat to the top predator or to the entire ecosystem? So anyway, all the human activities, all the threat. So poaching, hunting, sometimes tiger and all, why the population decline? Poaching and hunting and habitat loss. Okay, when you cut down the forest, always tiger needs a dense forest. You cut down the forest, automatically tiger population will come down. So anyway, these are all the various human activity, okay, which has affected the top predators or various things. But there is one human activity, actually unknowingly we did, which has created a lot of nuisance to the ecosystem, especially to the top predator. So what is that one activity is? Introduction of invasive species or introduction of exotic species. Today, in our ecosystem, in any forest, this is the biggest concern. So we have brought lot of, outside species. Okay, example, assume that this is our Western Ghats. Am I right? One of the richest forest, the Southern Peninsula, this is the lung of the Southern Peninsula. Assume that you become a principal conservator of forest, you just had a, visit to Australian forest, grassland. Now you like kangaroo very much. Okay, can you bring some 100 or 200 kangaroo and put it in Western Ghats? Suppose, hypothetically assume that you like kangaroo, you bring kangaroo and put it in Western Ghats. What will happen? Yes, see, there can be three possibilities. See, it's a science. You cannot directly come to a conclusion. There can be three possibilities. The one possibility, this abiotic is different. Australian grassland abiotic is different. Kangaroo may die. That could be one possibility. The second, because kangaroo could not adapt to this new climatic condition, new abiotic feature, it may die. The second condition is kangaroo can also coexist. So sometimes that also can happen. But these two things happen, that's not an issue. But most of the time what will happen, you see, there's a third one, kangaroo will turn into an invasive species. That is, it will start killing the other species. Most of the time, what it will do is, it will target the top predator and it will sit as a top predator. So normally not kangaroo, because tiger you have top predator. Just for example, I'm telling. It will sit as a top predator. Now, when it sits as a top predator, whether it will do the role of top predator, no. It will not do the judicious role. It will indiscriminately predate all the level and collapse it. Okay, whether it has happened in India, there are thousands of examples it has happened. You know that 1960s, 1970, malaria was our biggest problem. Malaria was a problem. Still malaria is a problem today. Still no. So that is what in 1970, they brought a national malarial control program. So under that, they want to control the malarial parasite. So how to control malaria? It is control the water bodies. Basically, malarial parasite proliferation happens only the water body. So that's the reason controlling the water body is a very important aspect. So they tried different methods to control the malarial parasite water body. So for that time and all, they used DDT. DDT and all, they used it. You would have heard about DDT, a chemical, but this chemical is a very carcinogen and mutagen. It's a serious chemical, so that's the reason they couldn't use it. That time someone gave an idea. The idea is, in Africa, there is a fish called catfish, called Gambusia fish. The fish name is Gambusia, Gmbusia. This fish is very famous in eating malarial parasite. If you bring this fish and if you let out in the lakes where more malaria cases are there, this fish is very good enough to eat all the malarial parasite. Then immediately as a pilot project, they brought some fishes and they introduced. I think within 2 to 3 weeks of time, malaria got controlled. The mosquitoes got controlled. But after a month's time, 2 months time, when you go and see the lake, in the entire lake, Gambusia fish was there. It has killed all the top predator, it has killed all the species, and it has completely collapsed the entire ecosystem. Okay, that is how. So even few years back, 2-3 years back, there was an issue with Zika virus. I do not know whether you heard about it. In Africa, Zika virus. For African, some of the African government, what they tried, okay, actually they tried this. This fish's name is called Guppy's fish. It's called Guppy fish. Actually, in order to control the Zika virus, they tried this fish. So before they tried it, many ecologists, in many news reports it came in one science report only, they said that think twice. Ecologists raise alarm over releasing of mosquito killing guppy because of only one reason, because it will turn into invasive species. Okay, so normally invasive species, exotic species are also called invasive species. It is not a native species. For some reason, we bring that species and put it in a different habitat. Most of the time what it will do is, it will turn into invasive, it will turn as an invasion and it will start killing all the species. Normally the native species, we call it as endemic species. Endemic species, native species. Endemic species means native species. Native context will be different. For example, sometimes in Western Ghats, we have lot of native endemic species. We have Malabar grey hornbill, okay, Nilgiri tar. That is only found in the Western Ghats. It's not found anywhere else in the world. Sometimes when they use the word endemic, because the endemic term will differ, it can be endemic to a particular island. Okay, or sometimes they will say endemic to Indian subcontinent. Probably it is in India, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, that particular. Endemic to Asia. So endemic term will differ. But endemic is a native species. It's a native. That is, it is found only in that particular habitat, not found anywhere else in the world. In the context, what I mean is, suppose they will say, let me take this Andaman Nicobar. So we have one species called crab-eating macaque. Now it is an endemic species. That is, it is found only in Andaman Nicobar. Okay. Second, we have a bird which is called black-necked crane. Black-necked crane. It's a state bird of Jammu and Kashmir. Now Jammu and Kashmir is not a state, but anyway, it was a state bird of Jammu and Kashmir. But it is an endemic to Indian subcontinent. That is, this crane is found in India, Nepal, of course Bhutan, and also in China. So that time they call it as endemic to Indian subcontinent. Suppose if I say endemic to India, then it is found in all parts of India. If I say endemic to Western Ghats, it's only endemic to Western Ghats. It's not found in anywhere outside. So endemic means it is only adapted, probably it would have evolved and it would have adapted in that particular environment, not in any other environment. Because it needs a specific requirement. If you take a emu or you take a ostrich you can find it only in the African desert. So emu, which is also a large bird, which is found in the Australian desert. But emu and ostrich, both are endemic, but whether both are genetically same, no. Both are not genetically not same. Both had a similar selection pressure. That's the reason both have a similar adaptation, but not both are similarly same. Okay. So whenever you use a word endemic, always keep in mind endemic means native.
In some newspapers they say coronavirus in nature. So what is it?
No, that is epidemic, not endemic. Epidemic. Epidemic means within the, epidemic, pandemic. This word is endemic. No. Don't confuse with the epidemic, endemic. Endemism. Okay, that is something, epidemic. So it starts with the epidemic, then it becomes a pandemic. Across the globe, it crosses pandemic. Okay, so that is what endemism. Okay, that's the one. See, that's what some Ds also we brought it from mainland India. Yes, that is what we are trying to relocate some of the species, but it is a bad idea unless otherwise you understand the behavior of that particular species. Okay, some more example. This is one example in case of a Gembuscia fish. The another very famous example, water hyacinth. This is another very, very dangerous invasive species. So probably you would have seen this type of plant in lakes and all. I hope that you would have seen it. You know that this is not a native to India. This is a native to Amazon forest. Okay. Now they have introduced in Indian lakes. Okay. Why they have introduced now? For the name of beautification. In the name of beautification, they have introduced. I think they have introduced only in few lakes. But today we do not know. Across India, in all the lake, in all the riverbed, you can find this. Now, the problem is, this species, when it grows like this. Totally, it will block the sunlight. Okay, it will block the air. Most of the time, it kills all the species. And also, it is very competitive in getting the nutrient. And now, what is the status? So now, still the species is there in the lake, in the lakes and in all the lakes. So if you take every government is spending crores and crores of money. For example, you see here, approximately the Hyderabad government is spending 17 crores to clear this water hyacinth every year. Even in Tamil Nadu also the same thing happened. That is what the Madras High Court called the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board, and they asked, okay, why don't you permanently remove this water hyacinth? Okay, why every time you are doing like this? Every year you are spending, every city is spending 20 crores, 25 crores. Across India, you will be spending more than 400, 500 crores in clearing this water hyacinth alone. 500 crores, 1000, even it, I do not know the real value, but it will cross more than 500 crores to clear this water hyacinth. The government is spending. That is what the Madras High Court asked. Why don't you permanently clear it? Please clear this entire water hyacinth from all the lakes and riverbed. Do it as a massive exercise. Across India, do it. But for that, the Pollution Control Board said that, see, we introduced this water hyacinth unknowingly. For the name of beautification, we introduced. When we introduced it, 50% of the species got killed. Because it is very, it produces some toxins or something. It is very, effective in taking the resources. Now, rest 50% of the species is adapted to this water hyacinth. Now, if I remove it, the rest 50 also will be lost. Then we will not find any species in the lake bed. So now we don't have any other option. Then what is the option? No other option. Every time if it grows, we need to clear with money. That's all. You need to spend the money, you need to clear. If I remove it, all the species will be lost. So hereafter, we cannot do anything. That is the problem with the invasive species. Once you introduce, it will damage the ecosystem, and after some point of time, it will be difficult for us to remove it. Okay, because of some constraint you will have. Okay, the next case is the very famous is our Western Ghats. Migration in the sense? See, migration, yes, it is possible, but most of the time, that is also a concern, but I will say that is not the major concern. Okay, because
I'm not remembering the exact word of the turtle. The image of turtle in the Western Ghats has been found that's affecting.
See, sometimes. Yeah, I do. I understand. I understand that. There is one turtle, river turtle or something. One came. Yes, I remember that. Yes, that is also a condition. But migration, if you see the count of migration, we don't find such a count. Naturally, it happens. As you said, it is possibilities there. It is also happening, but not at this rate. Okay, the effect is not such an effect. Okay, when come to the Western Ghats. See, that is what. So there's a question that top carnivore is not eaten by anyone, whether the population. See, all the top carnivore are very judicious. That is the reason I told it very clearly. See, the top carnivore, they control their population. They know how much population has to be. At the same time, they will also control the next level. If you take any species, normally they say that if you give a food, if there is an unlimited food for any species, the species population grow exponentially. Triple multiply. The species population grow exponentially. But it is not the case of a top predator. Top predator are very, very judicious. They know how much to predate in the next level. They know how much to control the population. That is the uniqueness. If you ask me how it comes to us, no, we do not know how. That is the nature has derived it. Okay, so that possibility is very less. Locust attack and all, it is an invasion, but it is an invasion in a different context. This locust attack, it's also invasion. So it's migration. That's one example of migration that happens. Okay, but the two locust attack, if you really ask, if you go and see why it has happened, it is because of the changes in the climatic conditions, because of the El Nino effect. Okay, that too, it is because of the human activity. We change the climate, because of that the migration has happened. It's not even that it has not migrated, deliberately. Okay. Okay, relocation of Asiatic lion, but anyway, that is what, before you introduce a species, you need to understand. If it has a similar abiotic condition, yes, you can. Suppose Gir forest, now they are planning to migrate Asiatic lion from the Gir forest, they are planning to migrate to, Kuno Palper, that is the Madhya Pradesh. But more or less, both the abiotic are same. Once upon a time, Asiatic lion was in the particular region. So we don't have issue. Even we have an issue with the cheetah. Cheetah has become extinct in India. So right now the proposal is they want to bring African cheetah, Namibia cheetah, and introduce in India. For that also they have chosen some Madhya Pradesh, Kuno Palper. Kuno Palper wildlife sanctuary, they have chosen it. So now, before we do it, we have to study it very clearly. We need to understand the species behavior, its reproduction behavior, its foraging behavior, okay, how it predates. If you understand the food chain, if you understand its behavior, then if you introduce, it's okay. Without understanding it, if you directly introduce it, then it becomes a problem. Okay. So now come to the Western Ghats. See, 2 to 3 years back, Western Ghats forest fire was the biggest concern. Forest fire, pati Western Ghats news was there 2 years back. It was in the news. Some around 70 to 8 years back, if any forest fire comes in the Western Ghats, we don't want to bother at all. It is very natural. Sometimes they say that forest fire maintains that ecosystem. The fire will come, the fire will, will burn some, dried leaves and everything, and it will extinguish. That was the case 70 to 8 years back. But today, the scenario has completely changed. All the forest officials are very vigilant. That is, even a fire comes, immediately you need to go and extinguish it. If you fail to do it, it will go up to why not? It will go up to this. The entire forest itself will be burnt. Then it's very difficult for us to control. So that is what today the Western Ghats forest officials are very, very vigilant. Even any forest fire comes, immediately you need to go and extinguish it. If you fail to do that, the entire forest is lost. The main reason is introduction of invasive species. And especially this lantana camera, eucalyptus, wattle, okay, pinus, these are the invasive species we have introduced. Okay, why we introduce this? Because Western Ghats, during the colonization, a lot of exploitation happened. They cut down the trees and all. Forest cover has decreased. So that time, they want to go for a new forest. The problem in the Western Ghats is somewhat similar to, if you see the western side of Western Ghats, is somewhat similar to a tropical rainforest. Any tropical rainforest, if you cut the tree, it will not grow back because the soil is deficient of nutrients. In ecosystem, we'll see. So that's the reason it is not able to, we cannot plant the same trees. So that time they thought that eucalyptus, lantana camara and all, you can easily plant it and it will grow faster. So that forest cover will come back again. So for that reason, what they did was, see the entire slide I will share. Whatever the content I will share, except pictures, content and all, I will give it. Okay. So for that, what they did was lantana, they brought this species, lantana camara. Now what is, because after introducing this lantana camara, within 5 to 6 years of time, they saw many herbivores has died. The reason is when this lantana camara grows, it grows like a mat-like structure. Most of the time, if you take a bison, gaur, normally called as gaur, cheetal, that is nothing but deers and all, they will not eat this lantana camara. They will only eat the grass. Now when it grows like a floor, like a mat-like structure, so that it covers all the grasses. So now the species will not have the grass to eat. Because of that itself, many population has declined. And apart from that, this entire eucalyptus, wattle and all, it can easily catch fire. And because of that reason, it is changing the fuel bed. By that way, a small fire comes. Immediately it will get catched and the entire forest is getting burnt. So that's the reason 2 years, 3 years back and all, Western Ghats forest fire was a major concern happened here. So that is what introduction of invasive species is, again, it's a very, very dangerous. So you can see here, Normally, when you take I will give the slides. Normally, if you take a invasive species, most of the time, once an invasive species enters into any ecosystem, they will act like a pioneer species. Pioneer species. Pioneer species means this is the first species to come on the earth. If you take the earth, you know that earth was a hot rock. Then it cooled down. That time, the first species to come is the lichens, lichens mosses. Normally, that species can tolerate any climatic condition. It's something like a eurythermal, and at the same time, it can grow very faster. So the same characteristics this invasive species will have. When it goes, it can easily adapt to that abiotic condition, and it will act like a pioneer species. And that is what you can see. It will tolerate, wide soil condition, wild weather condition. It will have aggressive root system, okay, and it will have, short generation time. Its fertility will be higher, and even if you take the fruiting period and all, it will have a very long fruiting period. And also the amount of DNA what you add is also very small, so that it can reproduce very fast. So these are some of the characteristics of invasive species. So that's the reason exotic species we should never introduce in any ecosystem. So that is a fundamental idea of this invasive species. So some of the invasive species, if you take India, right now we are struggling with 173 species of alien plants. Some or other way we have brought it, 173 species we have brought it in India. Right now India we are monitoring, and also we have, we have trapped in such a way that we cannot remove that species also, because some or other way the plant species has adapted to the environment, and many other species also adapted to it. It is creating a nuisance where we are not able to remove it also. So these are the scientific term is not needed most of the time for UPSC point of view. But when I give you this page, out of that, please always keep in mind this Lantana camera, Parthenium, Prosopis julifora. These three are very, very dangerous. Actually, all are very serious invasive species. Out of that, the most dangerous, I will say that Lantana camera. Lantana camera, Parthenium, Prosopis. Okay. So now, please ask for the doubts. So first we will clarify doubts, because students are putting many doubts here. So let me clarify it. Hypothetical basis of was very useful to increase the population of all subsequent upper level species. See, even though, hypothetically, water hyacinth. See, this entire slides I will give it to you at the end of the session. See, even water hyacinth. The question is, if water hyacinth was very useful to increase the population of all the subsequent upper level species. No, it's not useful. The problem is, when you introduce a water hyacinth has killed more than 50% of the species. Rest 50% has adapted to the thing. Right now, the diversity, the number of plant and animal species in the water body is very less because of water hyacinth. So that's the reason we cannot, at any point of time, we cannot justify water hyacinth. Only for beautification, it's okay. The lake will, look very beautiful. That is the reason they brought it. Other than that, there is no other purpose of bringing the species at all. Okay. See, dispersal rate is nothing but spreading. You can take it as spreading rate. Okay, what is pioneer species? Pioneer species mean this is the first species to come on the earth. So for example, lichens. Lichens is one species. When the earth was in the rock form, because any plant species, if it wants to come, it needs a soil. Am I right? So initially soil was not there. It was only a rock form. So even in the rock form also, some species like lichens and all dominated. And it grew very faster. It covered the entire, landmass. That is what we called as a pioneer species. Okay, why invasive species are growing very faster? Again, it is very difficult to say. We don't have a very direct answer. But this is something, as I told you, it is a pioneer species. That's the reason it is able to grow very faster. Because it has a very conducive environment. It can easily adapt to that environment. It can grow exponentially. Okay, Andaman Nicobar, what I shared is, in Andaman, in Nicobar, we have one monkey primate, which is called crab-eating macaque. It's a macaque. So that is what I just mentioned. It's an endemic. It is only found in Nicobar. It is not found in anywhere else. That is the reason I mentioned that. Charu Musal of Kerala, I need to check it because I do not know whether it's invasive or not, because thousands of invasive species we have. Okay, out of that, the serious is 173. So we are very thin, but we are not. Pioneer species, we cannot say it will be judicious. Not exactly. Okay. Then what are the previous doubt? Locust attack, yes, we can say it's invasive. Obviously, it's invasive, especially for agriculture. But anyway, the locust will not affect us. All right, no way it will affect us, but it only affects the plant.
But during the locust attack, many state governments have asked people to stay at their home itself because.
See, that is a general instruction. Generally, they will give it because most of the time coming out is also, see, as of now, we do not see, because it's a particular species of locust. We do not know what species it is. Okay, unless otherwise, if you have a complete understanding, it will not be good. Okay, sometimes the reason there's no need that it has to bite and create a problem. Sometimes if it comes very fast and hits your eye also, it's a problem. Am I right?
Yeah.
So that's a thing we need to be very careful. See, invasive is always, that is the reason it's called as invasive. So definitely it will not do any good thing. Most of the time invasive is not good for our natural ecosystem. Okay. Yes. So this will take a break and then we will start. Okay. So by 5 o'clock we'll start. See, dispersal rate, it's a spreading rate. Just make it as spreading. It will spread very fast. Yes, migrant species, as she told, some migrant species can also be invasive species. There's no doubt in it. Okay, shall we continue? So this is the first interaction, predation. Now we'll go to the next interaction, mutualism. Mutualism or symbiosis, symbiotic relationship. Symbiosis or symbiotic relationship. So you can see here, so again it's a relationship between two species. So some examples, a bee is sitting on the flower. A bird is approaching a flower. You can see some birds are sitting on the cattle, and you can see here it's a something like a, like a grass. It's nothing but a lichens. Actually, this is what lichens. So now all are in interaction. Two species are in interaction. So can you tell me what this species is doing? It is nothing but, so it is sucking the honey, nectar, but it will do one function, then only it will do it. So actually the relationship between the bee and the flower is pollination. Pollination. So what is pollination? So what is the pollination? See, flowers, if you take a flowers, so you have a male flower, female flower, am I right? So there is no body contact. So from the male flower, so let me say this is a male flower, this is a female flower. So from the male flower, the pollen, the gamete has to go to the female. So how it can go? So that process is called pollination. Normally we have two types of pollination. One is wind pollination. The second is animal pollination. That is during the wind movement, that time the male pollen, the male gamete will fly in the air and fall in the female. So once it goes inside, fertilization happens, the progeny happens, the next reproduction happens. This is something called wind pollination. The second type of pollination is called animal pollination. In this, the animal, what it will do is, it will take the male pollen and it will go and put it in the female. So that is what here it is happening. Now what the bee is doing is, it is doing a very important ecosystem services called pollination. That is, it is going to the male flower, it will take the pollen and then it will come to the female flower and it will put the pollen inside. Now it is doing a job. So for this, it has to be paid service fee. Right? That service fee is what is nothing but the sucking the nectar. That is sucking the honey. So that's what it will suck the honey. So the same function is also done by the birds. So now what the bird is doing is, it is putting the male pollen into the female and it sucks the honey. So now, what and all animals will do pollination? Which are the animals will do pollination? Whether birds will do, yes, birds, bees, insects, any type of insects, even dogs also will do pollination. Dogs will also do pollination. So please try to see from the science book, what are the animals will do pollination. So this is mutualism. Mutualism means both are getting benefited. Now the bee is getting benefited by sucking the honey. In turn, the flower is also getting benefited by getting the pollinator or getting the pollen from the pollinator. So this bee is called the pollinator. The bird is called the pollinator. So here, what is the relationship we have? Some two birds are sitting on the cattle, on a buffalo. You know that on the cattle, there will be a lot of pathogens, worms and all will be there. Suppose if the worm is present for a long period of time on the buffalo, definitely it will affect the skin, it will affect the health. So now what the bird is doing is, the bird used to consume the worms, so that the buffalo is getting, the cattle is getting rid of the worm. At the same time, the worm becomes a food for the birds. So normally birds and all, we call it as a indicator species. Birds, we call it as indicator species. Indicator means when the ecosystem changes, if any abiotic condition changes, this is the first species to migrate or the first species to become extinct. Thanks. Yes, some more examples the students have given. Algae in the coral reef. Even if you take a corals, inside the coral there will be a zooxanthellae, an algae, which is in a symbiotic relationship. So that is both on the mutualistic relationship. Now here you can see this is called lichens. What it is a symbiosis of algae plus fungi. It is a symbiosis of algae and fungi. Lichens means algae plus fungi is called lichens. Okay, what the algae will do, what the fungi will do. The algae will produce photosynthesis, will provide food for the fungi. In turn, the fungi will provide the moisture and nutrients for the algae. So by that way, both are in the symbiotic relationship. Actually, both is called the lichens. So, but it is a pioneer species. It's the first species to dominate on the earth. It do a one important function. That is, in its metabolism, it will secrete a chemical. That chemical will enter into the rock and it will degrade the rock. It was responsible for weathering. So probably you would have weathering, whether geomorphology is over. They would have told you weathering, chemical weathering. So what is that chemical weathering? Some chemicals will go inside. Actually, this chemical is produced by this lichens. So one of the few chemicals will be produced by the lichens. So it's a one example. Then the classical example is, come to the plants. Now here you can see a plant root. This plant is called leguminous plant. Okay, suppose you are a vegetarian, you are a pure vegetarian. What is the source of protein for you? Pulses, am I right? Peas, pulses, pyre purple, am I right? That's a protein source. So most of the pulses and all comes from the leguminous plant. Now normally when you take protein is what? It's a nitrogen. Nitrogen based only, it's a protein. Now when you come to the roots, you can see here some nodules, am I right? Some round nodules you can see here. Actually what it is a bacteria. This bacteria name is called rhizobium. It is a symbiotic bacteria. Now what this bacteria will do is, this bacteria is so specialized that it can take the air nitrogen, convert into usable form for the plant and provide the plant with nitrogen, so that the plant will process it as a protein. This particular bacteria name is called rhizobium. So both are in the symbiotic association. So here the plant is getting benefited because of the rhizobium. The rhizobium is getting benefited how? Yes, the rhizobium, the habitat, the place that survive is given by the plant, and at the same time the plant will also provide the food for the rhizobium. By that way, both survives, mutually, symbiosis. The next classical example, you can see there. Now grass, under the grass roots and all, you can find a white color. Actually, it is a fungi. It is called mycorrhizae. Now what this fungi will do? The fungi will absorb the nutrient and also it will give moisture to the grasses. The grasses in turn, it will do photosynthesis and provide food for the fungi. So by that way, both are in the symbiotic association. So these are some examples of symbiosis. So then coming to the human. So whether we depend on any other species, directly or indirectly. Yes, if you take our body, you see here, our body is completely blanketed with beneficial bacteria. You see, our body from head to toe, millions and millions of bacteria we have. Millions and millions of bacteria we have. Okay, so sorry. Just a minute. That is, our entire skin is completely filled with bacteria. Even our entire skin will have bacteria. Now what this bacteria will do? Yes, we are providing the habitat and food for the bacteria. In turn, the bacteria will defend from all the deadly microorganisms. Now this skin natural bacteria is very important. And very important is our intestine, gut. So in our intestine, there are millions and millions of good bacteria. Normally we call it as probiotic. So it was also asked in UPSC. It's called probiotic. So now what this bacteria will do, whether complete digestion happens in our, of course, digestion happens in our body. So in this, this particular bacteria, certain bacteria will help in the digestive process. That's how the bacteria is there. So now we provide the habitat for the bacteria. In turn, the bacteria, do digestion or protect us from bad bacteria and everything. So that's how this both are in the mutualistic relationship. So we call this as a probiotic. So there is also another word called prebiotic. So what is a prebiotic? Prebiotic is a food for probiotic. Prebiotic is a fiber. Prebiotic is a fiber that is a food for probiotic. See, probiotic, prebiotic. Probiotic are the bacteria, which helps us, which is in the mutualistic relationship with us, which helps us in digestion, which helps us in protecting from bad bacteria and all. We call it as a probiotic. It's a helping. Pro means helping. It's a biotic, biological organism. Prebiotic. Prebiotic means these are all nothing but a food. It's a fiber which enables the probiotic to grow faster. It is a food for probiotic. Prebiotic is a fiber which is a food for probiotic. So this is an example for mutualistic relationship or symbiosis. See, in lichens, the algae function is to do photosynthesis, provide food for the fungi. The fungi in turn will provide the moisture and the nutrient for the algae. So that's the purpose of algae in case of a lichens. Okay, so these are some of the examples of mutualism. So can you answer me? What if all the insects become extinct in this world? Yes, pollination will not happen. Am I right? And also, certain insects will absorb certain diseases. Okay, so absorb some bacteria, worms, and all. So again, so that proliferation of disease is also possible. Okay. The third one, competition. Competition. Okay, so competition, here you can see some two picture. So some two antelopes are fighting with each other, the intra-specific competition. And when you come to the savanna forest, you can find a lion. A lion is surrounded by a hyena. So lion and hyena are in the constant competition because they are all, fighting for the same prey. Now, in a competition, what happens? Actually, what is the competition? When the resources are limited, then everyone fights for the same resource. That's what competition. Right now, UPSC, it's a competition. You're in the competition, am I right? You're fighting for small resources. Am I right? It's around approximately 700, 800 seats. So for that, 1 lakh people, 2 lakh people try for it. So that is something competition. So who is the first person to talk about competition? Darwin. So what Darwin says? Survival of the fittest. So always a competition, always a perfect competition exists. In that competition, the strongest will survive, the weakest will get eliminated. Am I right? That is what, just a minute. Video got stuck on Burma. Just a minute. Whether any video and audio issues is there?
You are in the Zoom meeting now. This meeting is being recorded.
Now please check it whether it is okay. I think now the audio and video should be clear. Yeah, okay, fine. See, the first person to talk about competition is Darwin. So Darwin says survival of the fittest. Always there is a perfect competition in that the strongest will survive, the weakest will get eliminated. So that is true to some extent. But you see this picture, this is a savanna forest, African forest. In this you can find a zebra which is grazing. At the same time, a cattle is also grazing. Even if you go to a savanna, a grassland, you can find different herbivore, zebra, giraffe, okay, you can find different types of monkeys, deer, okay, and rhinos, elephants. So now these are all herbivore. Now all the herbivore survive in the grassland. That means whether everyone fight with each other. How they are able to survive in the grassland? That means they divide the resources. So if any species wants to reduce their competition, what the species has to do is, the species has to do resource partitioning. Resource partitioning. So if we want to reduce the competition, the one way to reduce the competition is to resource partitioning. For example, when you come to the savanna forest, the resource partitioning happens in a different way. For example, if the deer comes in the morning time as a group, the zebra will come in the afternoon time. The giraffe will come in the evening time. So by that way, by season wise or time wise, they will divide the resource. So for example, wherever the rhino is grazing, there are no other species will go inside. So by that way, it is one way. But anyway, it will not be effective every time. Am I right? So it cannot be happen every time. So how better the resource partitioning can happen? So for example, we humans. So we humans also, you see, in order to reduce the competition, we do a lot of resource partitioning, especially in terms of employment. How? So here there may be many from engineering. If you take engineering, just imagine whether there is only one engineering. No, we have different types of engineering. We have mechanical engineering, civil engineering, IT, am I right? And then even within mechanical engineering, you go for a job, you may be working on production, you may be working on quality, you may be working on some other field, am I right? Marketing or materials or something. So that means what we are doing, we are dividing the resources, am I right? If assume that if there is only one course and there is only one type of job, how will be the competition? Yes, the competition is going to be very stiff. So for that, what we need to do is we need to resource the partition. In order to resource the partition, what we are doing, we are trying to develop specialization. We are trying to develop specialization. Okay, for example, in engineering, okay, you take mechanical engineering, you take civil engineering, you take chemical engineering, you take leather engineering, you take BCom, you take BA, okay, you take MBBS, you take BDS. So develop specialization. Now within that, doctors. So we have doctor. Now whether everyone is doing the same job? No. So within the doctor, there may be a general physician. Okay, they have ortho, we have cardio. So everyone wants to develop specialization. If you develop specialization, definitely we can reduce competition. Am I right? So that is what this specialization is called niche. It's called niche. Am I right? Niche is something, it's a specialization. If you take an Apple company, the iPod, initially came with iPod, it's a niche. It's a product they have placed. So there is nothing to, replace it in the initial stage. So apart from that, they brought iPhone. It's a niche. It's a market specialization. So that is what every species has to create a specialization. By that way, we can reduce competition. Okay, how they will create a specialization? Yes, in its period of evolution, it will try to adapt, it will try to change its genetic material, and it will try to have a specialization. So for example, now see this picture. Now all are birds, but carefully watch the beak. This is a cactus ground finch. This is a warbler finch. This is a woodpecker finch. This is you see the beak. The small insectivore finch. This is a large insectivore finch. This is a vegetarian tree finch. You see the beaks are different. So how they have different types of beak? By changing the genetic material. Just imagine if everyone has the same beak, then everyone will prey on the same food, competition will increase. Now if you take this warbler finch is different. This woodpecker finch, it will consume some species from the wood. The small insect finch, it can only catch the small insect. This large insect finch, it can only catch the large insect. By that way, they are dividing the resources. Resource partitioning happen, they are building a specialization. Even you take this thing. Now this is a coastal region. Let me take this is a lake or something. Now you have a land, then you have a water body. Now you have different types of birds. Now you see this is plover. It's a different beak. It's an oyster catcher. It's a avocet. You see it is a duck. You see it's a flamingo. Now it will take a type of a food which will not be taken by anyone else. It will take a particular food which will not be taken by anyone else. So by developing a specialization, how they can develop a specialization niche? It is nothing but they have to change their genetic material and they have to do a particular function. They should do a particular function in that particular habitat. Most of the time that function will not be done by anyone else, so that they can survive without any competition. So that is what resource partitioning. So here the statement says that species alter their use of niche to avoid competition. By dividing, species alter their use of niche to avoid competition. Yes, to avoid competition by dividing resources among them. Okay, this is what most of the species are doing it. That is, they are developing a specialization. So that means what is a niche means? It is a functional role in that habitat. So what is niche? Niche is a functional role. So you please make note, niche is a functional role. Niche is a functional role. A species does in that habitat. Okay, now let me take, assume this is a tree or plant root. Now this is a place some species can survive. It's a habitat. Now in this, let me say a bacteria A, bacteria B. Okay, whether two species can share a same habitat. Is it possible for two species to share a same habitat? Yes, two species can share a same habitat. But the thing is, two species cannot do a same function. For example, if a species is, let me say that if the A species take air nitrogen and convert into nitrate or something, gives the plant, then the B species should do some other function. If A species and B species tries to do the same function, then only the competition will happen. So that means its functional role should be different. This functional role should be different. Okay, so that is what normally they say, that two species can share a same habitat, but two species should not do the same function. If they try to do the same function, what will happen? You see, the competition will come. In that time only, the strongest will survive, the weakest will get eliminated. Okay, so please make note. Two species can share a same habitat, two species can share a same habitat, but cannot do a same function. If it tries, then the competition will occur then the competition will occur where the strongest will survive. Where the strongest will survive, weakest will get eliminated. Weakest will get eliminated. Okay, that is what. So two species can share the same habitat, but two species should not do the same function. Okay, so whether two collectors can be in the same house or in the same district, no, it's not possible, because both of them, if they start doing the same function, conflict will come. That is the reason, even there is a two IAS officer, one officer should do a different function, another officer should do a different function. All right. So that is what we call it as a niche. Okay, in order to reduce competition. Okay, the next one is the third interaction, parasitism. Parasitism, just a minute. See, in a lichens, there's a doubt what the algae and fungi is doing. Algae will do photosynthesis. Algae is a primary producer, will do photosynthesis and provide energy for the fungi. The fungi in turn will provide the nutrients and moisture to the algae. Okay. Come to the third interaction. So hereafter we are going to see small interactions only. Parasitism. Okay, what is parasite? Parasites are called host specific. Parasites are called host specific. That is, a parasite cannot survive alone most of the time. A parasite can only survive in a host. So when it's outside, the parasite cannot multiply, it cannot have a food, but once when they go into the host, immediately what they will do is they will try to take the resources from the host and they will try to multiply. That is the reason the parasite itself will have only two major functions. One is it has to stay in the host. It should have some clinging mechanism. Second is it should multiply. Okay, it will reproduce and multiply numbers. And most of the time the parasite will affect the host. So it is not benefiting the host, it will take the resources and affect the host. So now the first picture, you can see a mosquito, malaria or dengue. So mosquito is only a vector. Actually it is a parasite. So within the, there will be a parasite inside the mosquito. Whenever it bites or inoculates, that time the parasite will go inside the body and the parasite multiplies. So mosquito is not really giving it, mosquito is only a vector. So here the parasite and the mosquito is in some form of relationship. Now when the mosquito comes and bites it, the parasite goes inside and probably the parasite multiplies and we get some malarial problem. So that's one example. If you have a pet dog, probably you would have heard about ticks. See, one tick, if it enters, then what happens? It will stick onto the skin of the dog. You can see here skin of the dog, and it will try to multiply and it will affect the dog and it will create skin infections and everything. So that's another example of parasitism. So here you can see, what you see here is a worm, an eye worm. You see it has grown very long. So that is an example of parasite. Some or other way the worm has entered and it will start taking the resources and it will grow. most of the time it affects the host. The very classical example is our hand dandruff. Some or other way, one dandruff goes inside and then it will stay there, it will multiply, it will take the resource. The negative effect is hair fall. Am I right? So these are all the examples of parasitism. So in this parasitism, the parasite is getting benefited, whereas the host is getting affected, because it tries to take the resources from the host, and by and large it will affect the host. So that is the third interaction, parasitism. The fourth interaction is called commensalism. Commensalism. See, this is a type of interaction between two species where one species is neither getting benefited nor getting affected, where the other species is getting benefited. For example, now you see here, it's a climber. You can see here, it climbs and goes. So why it climbs and goes? Most of the time, tropical rainforest, you can find there will be a lot of canopy, because in the lower level, the sunlight cannot penetrate. So that the climber's epiphyte, normally called as, it will climb and it will go to the top and it will take the sunlight. That is the reason it climbs and goes to the top. So now in this, the climber is getting benefited, but at no point of time, the tree is neither getting benefited nor getting affected. Am I right? So anyway, the tree is getting affected? No. The tree is getting benefited? No. But the climber is getting benefited. Now here you can see, this is what epiphyte actually. Now it is sitting on a tree branch. See, this epiphyte is getting benefited, but no way this particular tree branch is neither getting benefited nor getting affected. So no way to affect. So if you have such type of interaction, then you can call it as commensalism. In the commensalism, one species will get benefited, the other species neither getting benefited nor getting affected. That is called commensalism. The last interaction is amensalism. See, what you find here, this is what phytoplankton, algae. Now, when the algae grows in a large area, we call it as algae bloom. Okay, like a colony it grows, you see, it's an algae bloom. Completely the water has become a green color. So when it grows like a large colony or large area, we call it as an algae bloom. Normally, why algae bloom grows? It's because of various reasons. When a pollutant and all enters, algae bloom grows. Now, this algae bloom, a particular type of algae bloom is very harmful. So normally we call them as harmful algae bloom. HAB. Harmful algae bloom. HAB. Short form. So why it is called harmful algae bloom is, it will produce some toxins in its metabolism, poison. That poison, you see, it will kill all the fishes and everything. And by chance, if you consume that water, or by chance if you consume that fish, probably we will also get that poisoning. So that is the way harmful algae bloom are very dangerous. Now, this harmful algae bloom is killing a lot of fishes, lot of marine organism or aquatic organism. By that way, it is getting any benefit? No. See, if one species kills another species, it has to eat. Am I right? It has to predate, it has to eat. But here the harmful algae bloom is killing lot of, fishes and marine organism, aquatic organism, but no way it is getting benefited nor getting affected. The algae is not getting benefited nor getting affected, but the other species is getting affected. So that is what, in this interaction, one is neither getting benefited nor getting affected, whereas the other is getting affected. Okay, so that is what we call it as amensalistic relationship. Okay, see the eye examples of parasite. It's a worm. WORM, eye worm. When a small worm some or other way it enters into the eye, then it is a parasite. It grows longer and it affects the eye. Sometimes it affects the vision and everything. That is something called thing. So normally, how can you kill a parasite? Yes, we have some medicines to kill the parasite. So it can target only the parasite and it can kill. So in this context, bacteria, virus also sometimes goes inside. But there is a lot of difference between bacteria and virus. So what is the main difference between bacteria and virus?
Bacteria, some form it would be useful.
See, bacteria, we have good bacteria, bad bacteria. I'm talking about bad bacteria and virus. Virus, most of the time, it's a bad virus. So what is the main difference between bacteria and virus? See, normally, when you take a bacteria are independent. The bacteria will have cell wall and all. You have to read basic biology. It is independent most of the time, but it will go inside. It will take the food, it will affect us, but it will take the food and it will try to multiply. The bacteria will try to multiply. So it is totally different thing. But when you take a virus cannot be independent. Most of the time, virus outside the body, human body or outside the body, it is inactive. It does not have any life. But once it goes inside the body only, it will start getting a life. How means, if you take a cell, this is a cell, most of the time everyone affects a cell nucleus. Normally, if you take a nucleus, no one can easily enter into a nucleus. So only two things can enter into a nucleus. One is food can enter into a nucleus. The second is, if you want to copy the DNA code, that time, okay, the information can be taken from the nucleus. Other than that, no one can enter into a nucleus. But virus will have the chance to enter into nucleus. How in the sense is, virus will disguise as a food. Okay, it will act like a food and it will easily enter. Once it enters, what it will do? It will take the entire DNA machinery, and without using the DNA machinery, it will try to multiply. So it will infect the cell, then again it will go to the next cell. From here, if it multiplies, then multiple thing comes, it will go to the next cell, and finally it spreads like anything. So that's how the difference between virus. But bacteria, it's not so. Bacteria will be completely independent. Okay. So now let's consolidate the various interactions. So the first one is, we saw about predation. Okay, in a predation, it is an interaction between two species. In this, one is predator, the other is a prey. So normally the predator is getting benefited, the prey is getting affected. Am I right? The predator is getting benefited, the prey is getting affected. The second is mutualism. In this mutualism, yes, both are getting benefited. Am I right? Both the species are getting benefited. That is what mutualism. The third is a separate category, parasitism. In the parasitism, the parasite is getting benefited, but the host is getting affected. Okay. Then comes competition. Okay, we left competition. So what is happening in the competition? Anyway, at the end, both will get affected. So India, China fights. Whether India wins or China wins does not matter. At the end, loss will be both of them. Am I right? Both of them, lot of economic loss. Every losses will be there. So competition always, it will result in loss. The fifth is commensalism. So in this, one species is getting benefited, the other species is neither getting benefited nor getting affected. Is neither getting benefited nor getting affected. That's the reason I'm putting it at 0. Okay, the sixth one is amensalism. In commensalism, it's a harmful algae bloom versus the other aquatic species. One species neither getting benefited nor getting affected, whereas the other species is getting affected. Clear? Okay, so this is what various interactions. So that is what we have seen. So what is ecology? You can see here ecology is a subject that studies the interaction among organism and between organism and its physical environment. Am I right? So that is the definition we have seen till now. So we have seen what is the abiotic to biotic, and also what is the relationship between biotic and biotic. Okay, so that's the first part. The second part in ecology, what we need to see is ecosystem functioning. Ecosystem functioning. So this is a pyramid for aquatic organism. As I told you, if you see the primary producer, it's a phytoplankton. Then comes the herbivores, it's a zooplankton. Then first level carnivore, maybe some fishes or something. Second level carnivore, third level carnivore. Top carnivore, shark, dolphin. Okay, the different types of species. This is what. So as I told you, 10% of the 1% of the energy is taken by the sun's energy is taken by the land, by the plant or phytoplankton. So 10% only goes, 90% goes as a energy loss. And after some point of time, every species dies, it will enter into decomposition. Okay. When you take the ecosystem functioning, first thing we need to understand how the energy flow happens. Before that, first we need to understand what are the types of pyramid. Okay, the first thing is we need to understand types of pyramid. Types of pyramid. That is, this entire pyramid can be constructed into 3 types. So the first type is pyramid by number. Pyramid by numbers. Okay, let us take some small example because it's a very theoretical. So we have to see with an example so that you can better. Let me take, this is an ecosystem, Western Ghats. Let us take this ecosystem, Western Ghats as a forest. Now, go and count the number of trees, the total number of trees and plants. Just for an example, I'm saying the total number of trees and plants is 1,000 or 10,000. See, normally they will take a per square kilometer or per square meter only they will take it. So if you count the total number of trees or something, it is, let me say it is 10,000, primary producer. Then count the number of herbivore, plant eating animal. So let me say that it is around 6,000 herbivore. Just for an example, I'm telling it. So count the number of carnivore we have. So probably you may have around 2,500. Then count the number of top carnivore. So top carnivore may be like tiger, dhole, these are top carnivore, totally around 600. Okay, suppose if I do that exercise in a Western Ghats or a Northeast, can the pyramid by number can be like this. This is something called upright. Now my question is, Is it possible to be like this? If I count the numbers, whether is it possible that the primary producer numbers will be more than the herbivore number will be more than the carnivore number will be more than the carnivore. Is it possible? இப்படி இருக்க chance இருக்கா? Yes, it's possible. In any forest, in any ecosystem, if you see it, yes, it is possible, upright. Now, my second question is, if you take the same Western Ghats, is it possible that the primary producers is only 10, whereas herbivore is 60? Is it possible that the primary producer is just only 10, whereas the herbivores are 60? No. Okay, now you go to a Western Ghats, take a single tree. It's only one primary producer, but on the single tree, how many herbivore will be? Yes, it's possible. Am I right? So that means pyramid by number can also be inverted. So normally pyramid by numbers are upright, but can also be inverted. See, competition will not come. If everyone is doing the same function, only competition will come. Okay, on the tree you can find many different types of birds will be there, many different types of monkeys will be there. I'm right. Many herbivore will come and feed on it. So that's what it is possible. Even on one tree, the one tree can support many herbivore. It's possible. So that is what the pyramid by number can also be inverted. So the final statement is pyramid by number is upright, but at the same time it can also be inverted. Okay, now the second is pyramid by biomass. Pyramid by biomass. Okay. Now, biomass, you know that weight. Hypothetically, I'm just giving a hypothetically, you cut all the trees and plants, and then remove the moisture. Imagination, remove the moisture, because with the moisture, if you weigh it, the weight will be more. I don't want with the moisture, I want without moisture. That is called dry weight. That is called dry weight. Okay, you cut the tree or plants, and then whatever the moisture you have, it remove it, suck it out, so that what you have is a dry, without a moisture. Then weigh it. Suppose let me say that this is 1000 tons. Just for an example, I cut all the trees, plants, and remove the moisture, and if I weigh it, it comes 1000 tons. Now kill all the herbivore, remove the moisture, and weigh it. Let me say that it comes 600 tons. Okay, just imagination. Then kill all the carnivore, which is eating the herbivore, remove the moisture. Let me say that it is 250 ton. Kill all the top carnivore like tiger, dole and all, remove the moisture, weigh it. Let me say that it is 100 ton. Now my question is it possible to be upright like this? If you do that exercise, hypothetically, is it possible the pyramid by biomass can be upright? Is it possible? So what do you feel? See, number of trees, weight of the tree, the total number of trees, remove the moisture, weight of the tree, the total number of herbivore, deers or something, weight it, the total number of carnivore, top carnivore. If you weigh it, is it possible to be like this? Why not no? Why no? See, when I cut that forest, you go to a forest, take a Nilgiri forest, cut all the tree, remove the moisture, weigh it. Kill all the herbivore, remove the moisture, weigh it. Kill all the top carnivore, remove the moisture, weigh it. Why trees and all will not be more weight? Trees will also be more weight, am I right? Trees weigh. Yes, it is possible. Pyramid by biomass, yes, it can be upright. Pyramid by biomass, yes, it is upright. You don't want to, have a doubt. It is upright. It's upright. Okay, my second question is, suppose if I cut the primary producer, if I remove the moisture, if it weigh it, it is 20 ton. If I kill the herbivore, if it weigh it, it may be 80 ton. Is it possible that a 20 ton primary producer can support a 80 ton herbivore? Is it possible the herbivore weight is more than the primary producer weight? So many says not possible. One says yes, possible. Okay, but it is possible, yes. Marine life. See, in the marine, we saw the marine. Okay, the primary producer is this algae. Am I right? Algae, passy. This algae. Now, you remove the algae, remove the moisture, weigh it. Now, this particular algae is consumed by some fishes, some zooplankton. Now, kill the fishes, remove the moisture and weigh it. Whether the weight of the zooplankton will be more than the weight of the algae? Yes, definitely. It is possible. Most of the time in the aquatic biome. So, in the aquatic biome, it is possible that the the pyramid by biomass can be inverted. Yes, it is possible. It can be inverted. So that means pyramid by numbers can be upright and can be inverted. Pyramid by biomass can also be upright, can be inverted. Most of the time it is inverted in the aquatic biome. But keep one thing in mind. If it is 20 ton, if it has an energy of 1000 calorie, if it has an energy of 1000 calorie, it is a 80 ton, how much calorie it will consume? How much calorie it will consume? So I'm saying that this 20 ton primary producer is consuming 1000 calorie. 100 calorie only, good. 10% only. Even though it is 80 ton, definitely it will consume only 100 calories only. Because just imagine, take 1 ton of coal, burn it. You see what is the energy you get it. 1 ton is more. You burn it, you see what is the energy you get it. Take 1 gram of nuclear, uranium. You do the fission reaction, what is the energy you will get it? Can you say the energy size? Can you compare with energy and size? No. Okay. So even though it is a 20 ton, yes, it will have a huge energy. Even though it is 80 ton, it will consume only less energy. So please understand this logic. So size and energy you cannot compare. If you take your entire Hiroshima, Nagasaki, the entire Hiroshima, Nagasaki, how much uranium they used it? 0.86 grams or something. That's all. 0.8 grams or something. That's it, maximum. So that's what we cannot compare mass and the energy. So definitely a less mass can support a more mass, provided the less mass should have more energy than the more mass. That is what. Okay. So pyramid by biomass can also be inverted. Okay, normally in aquatic. The third one is pyramid by energy. So if it is 1000 calorie, definitely it should be 100 calorie, definitely it should be 10 calorie, definitely it should be 1 calorie. Am I right? It's a 10% law follows. Okay. Is it possible that 10 calorie will support 100 calorie? Is it possible the primary producer 10 calorie will support 100 calories of herbivore? Is it possible? Not at all possible. How it is possible? Am I right? Why you are having a doubt? Biomass is stuck. See, how it is possible? Am I right? Logically, it is not possible. Energy, how it is possible? Mass, it is possible. Can you understand? When I say mass, 1 ton of coal, what is the energy you will give? 1 gram of uranium, what is the energy it will give? So you cannot compare at all. So mass, energy, you cannot compare. But energy, you should compare. How a 10 calorie of energy can support 100 calorie? It's not at all possible. Am I right? So that is what pyramid by energy can never be inverted at all. It is always upright. pyramid by energy is always upright. It can never be inverted. See, in this, if they want to ask a question, this is the only one type of question they can ask. Which pyramid is upright? Which pyramid can be inverted? So again, number and biomass can be upright and inverted. Energy can always be upright. It can never be inverted at all. Okay. Most of the time, inversion of pyramid, mostly in the aquatic biomes, you will find. But here and there, in land biomes also, we can find it. But mostly in aquatic biome. Now, so first we have seen the types of pyramid. Now we need to see how the energy flows in any aquatic or in any system. Energy flow. The second part is energy flow. So let us take the same Western Ghats. So here, how the energy flows. So the sun's energy has to flow inside. Am I right? So how the energy flows? It's only through food chain. Am I right? That's the only way. But when you take food chain, it is not only one food chain. We have two types of food chain. So energy flows through two food chain. The one is called grazing food chain. GFC. GFC. Through this energy flows, grazing food chain is nothing but one is eating the other. Am I right? The sun's energy goes to the primary producer. The primary producer is eaten by a herbivore. Herbivore is eaten by a carnivore, top carnivore. So this is something we call it as a grazing food chain. Okay, only in this direction the energy flows. Is there any other direction? Yes, there is also another direction the energy flows, which is called detritus food chain. DFC. Detritus food chain, DFC. What is the detritus food chain? See this picture. You see the sun's energy is going through a algae, primary producer in the ocean. It is eaten by a herbivore, zooplankton, phytoplankton, zooplankton, then fishes, then it can be a squids, okay, then fishes, then comes a squids or something. High level, top carnivore is a shark or dolphin. Am I right? This is a grazing food chain. This is for aquatic. If you take a land, so when you take a land, again, it is a primary producer, herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore. Now, this is only one, the energy, sun's energy, it goes through one direction. Anyway, 90% is lost as a heat loss. But after a point of time, this organism dies. Am I right? When the organism dies, it is undergoing into a decomposition. The dead organism is eaten by some other organism. Am I right? Normally. Okay, some vultures used to eat it. Some bacteria used to consume it. Some fungi used to consume it. Decomposition is happening. That means energy is also moving in this direction. Now, this is what we call it as detritus food chain. Detritus food chain is nothing. Detritus means dead organic matter. The meaning of detritus is dead organic matter. After the death of the organism also, it is consumed by some other organism. Now some rodents some rats and all will eat it, some earthworm will eat it, okay, some ants will eat it, the dead organic matter, and then bacteria, fungi and all will come, it will try to decompose. Am I right? So that is what we call it as a detritus food chain. So energy is also moving in this direction, and after the death also the energy is going back. Okay, first we will see what is this grazing food chain, little in detail. So let us take an example. Primary producer, grass. Let us take a Western Ghats. Grass. The grass is eaten by a herbivore, grasshopper. The grasshopper is eaten by a carnivore level 1 frog. Then the frog is eaten by a carnivore level 2 snake. Then the snake is eaten by a top carnivore eagle. Now in this case, eagle is a top carnivore. Am I right? So that's what grasshopper, frog, snake, eagle. So primary producer, herbivore, carnivore level 1, carnivore level 2, top carnivore. That's all. Even if you take a ocean, the same case, you will have different chain. So this is normally we call it a food chain. Am I right? Now this chain, we call it as a simple food chain. We call it as a simple food chain. But in reality, in an ecosystem, in any forest, can you find this only the simple food chain? No, because the frog will not only eat grasshopper, the frog will also eat some other. The snake will eat frog, the snake will also eat grasshopper. Am I right? Sometimes the snake will eat frog, the snake will also eat some other species. So the eagle will eat snake, the eagle will also eat. So now if you see it, actually there is no simple food chain. What you find is a very complex food web. So it's like a web. Am I right? It's like a web. So it's very difficult to decode what is eating what. So it's very difficult to decode. It's called food web. Okay, now my first question is, why one species has to eat multiple species? If you take a snake, why snake has to eat a frog? Snake sometimes also eat a grasshopper. Snake should also eat some other thing. Why? Why one species has to eat two or more species? For what? Taste, huh? For what reason they have to eat more species? Survival advantage. Because tomorrow if a frog becomes extinct because of some chance, what will happen to the snake? The snake will also become extinct. That's the reason, in order to increase the survival advantage, the species try to have multiple food. Okay, that is one. But in reality, even though it is true to some extent, we have some exception. Come to Gulf of Mannar, Tamil Nadu coast. In Gulf of Mannar, there is a very famous marine mammal called dugong. There is a marine mammal called dugong. This dugong will most of the time will only eat the seagrass bed. Seagrasses alone it will eat it. Today, because of climate change, the seagrass is going to become extinct. The population is declining. The dugong population is also declining. So that is sometime you will have that exception. But most of the cases, the species will try to have more, number of species to eat. Okay, when you take the link, how many link it can go? So normally the ecologist says that 3 to 5 links only. So if you take a link for a land, if you take a link for a ocean, aquatic, which will have a longer link? Whether land will have a longer link or ocean will have a longer link? Ocean. Because the ocean, what is the problem? What is there is? The ocean starts with a primary producer, phytoplankton, algae. It is consumed by a microscopic animal, zooplankton. It is consumed by small fish. It is consumed by medium fish, large fish, much more larger than shark. So if you see the chain, definitely the longer chain will be the ocean. So that is how, when you want to see the energy transfer, so land versus ocean, where more the sun's energy is transferred is in the biological organism, it is only in the ocean. Because the reason is ocean is 70%. It will have more number of organisms. So that's the reason more energy flow happens in the in the ocean than the land. So make noted. Yes. More energy flow in a grazing food chain. In a grazing food chain, more energy flow happens in the aquatic ecosystem than the terrestrial ecosystem. aquatic ecosystem than the terrestrial ecosystem. Okay. So now when we discuss about grazing food chain, obviously we need to discuss about a concept what is called bioaccumulation and biomagnification. Okay, so we need to see little background, small background. Suppose assume that a pollutant, a toxin enters into the food chain. What will happen? So for example, so we saw that a grasshopper, a frog, a snake, a eagle. By chance, a toxin enters or a poison or any pollutant enters into the food chain, what will happen? So that we need to understand. So for that, first we need to understand what is a toxin. Let us take a case that, suppose assume that a water body, let me take a water body or any water is polluted with some industrial chemicals, normally toxin. We call it a toxin. Now what is the problem with the toxins? It's a poison. But when you take poison, there can be two types of poison. Generally we can say, one type of poison, if you take it, immediately you will come to know. Okay, immediately vomiting will happen, immediately you will go to doctor, seriousness and all will happen. So sometimes that is something called serious toxin. But there are some toxin you will know only after a point of time. That is, it will slowly get accumulated in our body for a long period of time, and then it will react in the body and it will create a problem after some time, like 5 years, 10 years or 15 years or something. For example, you take tobacco. So people who are smoking, it's again a toxin. If you take a smoking, it has got more than 53 toxins are there inside. 53 or 80 something they say. 84 toxins, I think so. 84 toxins are there in a cigarette, in a single cigarette. So those who are puff the cigarette, probably the 83 toxin goes inside. The chances that it can reside there, so when it will react, we do not know. After 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, maybe. That's a case. So that is what, there are some toxins, basically it will create a problem after some point of time. Okay, when you take a toxin, normally there are some toxins which can create cancer. Toxins in itself, most of the toxin can create cancer. Okay, do you know what are the chemicals that causes cancer? There are 3 classes of chemical that will cause cancer. When you take toxins, the one is called carcinogen. 3 classes. The one is called carcinogen. The second is called mutagen. The third is called teratogen. Carcinogen, mutagen, teratogen. All the 3 causes cancer, but in a different form. Okay, for example, carcinogen, these are the chemicals. What it will do is, it will enter into our body, it will react in the cell, probably it will cause a tumor. That's called carcinogen. Mutagen, what it will do is, again it will enter into the body, it will enter into the nucleus of the cell. It will enter into the nucleus of the cell, it will mutate the DNA itself, it will change the DNA itself. Now, because of it also, people can get a cancer. But if you ask me what is the difference between a cancer of carcinogen and mutagen, suppose a person gets a cancer because of carcinogen, after getting a cancer, if he gives a birth to a children or something, the chances of children getting a cancer is very less. But if a person gets a cancer because of mutagen, after getting a cancer, if he gives a birth to a children, more chances the children will get it because it is affecting the DNA level. Definitely the DNA will be transferred. So that is the main difference. Okay, what is this teratogen? Teratogen, I will say it is a women specific. If you take a woman, the pregnant woman, womb, the uterus is highly protected. Am I right? Because it bears a child. So now in that no chemical can easily enter into the uterus, but this teratogen can easily enter. And it can affect the uterus, it can affect the fetus. So it will also create a cancer or something. So that's what these three classes we have. All the three can create a cancer. Now, if you take a chemical, if you ask me whether it's a carcinogen or mutagen, it's very difficult to tell. Some chemicals are carcinogen, some chemicals are carcinogen and mutagen, some chemicals are carcinogen, mutagen, teratogen. Okay, suppose if you are probably if you're a non-vegetarian, suppose if you come across a fast food, the roadside fast food, in this roadside fast food, you know that when they fry a chicken or something, chili chicken, am I right? So that time you will get aroma, that smell. So many people, if you're a non-vegetarian, definitely you like that smell, am I right? That aroma, that aroma is called polyaromatic hydrocarbon, PAH, because most of the time it comes from the meat. Okay, now that aroma PAH is a very good smell. Of course, it can trigger your saliva and everything. It is a carcinogen, mutagen, teratogen, all the three. Okay, so inhaling immediately it will not come, but it's a chemical. It's a carcinogen, mutagen, teratogen, all the three. So that is what some chemicals are carcinogen, some chemicals are mutagen, some chemicals are carcinogen, mutagen, some chemicals are carcinogen, mutagen, and teratogen. Okay, so anyway, now let's come to our story. Suppose assume that there is a lake. Let's take a case. There is a lake. It's a fresh drinking water lake where you are all surviving nearby the lake. You consume the water from this. You consume the water from this lake. Suppose I am running an industry and I'm producing cadmium. Cadmium is a carcinogen. What I'm doing is, without treating that industrial water, I'm directly discharging the water into the lake. Now what happens, you see, the water is mixed with cadmium. Am I right? Completely mixed with water, mixed with cadmium. Now let us take a plant. You know that every day the plant will take the water. So by that way, the cadmium will also go inside. Now once the cadmium goes inside, what the plant will try to do, or even any pollutant, even if you consume a cadmium water, what the cadmium will do? First thing, our body will try to eliminate it. Am I right? First and foremost thing, our body will try to process it. Most of the time, if you take this cadmium, these are all heavy metal, our body does not know how to process it. We don't have the enzyme. So then what the body will try to do is, the body will try to excrete it through urination or something. For that, it has to dissolve in the water. If it dissolves in the water, then through urination it can come out. Suppose assume that if it is not dissolving in the water, then what happens, you see, it will stay in the body for a long period of time. Now, this concept we call it as bioaccumulation. Now here, you need to see when it will get bioaccumulated. First, you need to see how much amount it enters. Suppose 1 unit or 2 unit of cadmium enters, no issue at all. Even if it is that, no issue at all. Suppose the rate at which it enters, the rate at which it is eliminated. You need to see the rate at which it enters is more than the rate at which it is eliminated. Then I will say that it is accumulating in our body. So for that, first you need to see whether it is soluble in the water or not. You need to see whether it is eliminated from the body or not, and how much amount it enters. And also for every chemical there is a life. So how much life it stays inside. And more important, it should be biologically reactive. So there are some chemicals. So today we are talking about a plastic which is called microplastic. Last year they also asked a question in this microplastic. So microplastics are the one which can enter into your body very easily, but it will not react in our body. So that means it is a bio-inert. It's a non-reactive. So we don't have an issue in that case. Suppose if it is a reactive in the body, then it will go react on the cell, or if it is a mutagen, it will enter into the nucleus of the cell. It will create a problem. Now this is called bioaccumulation. Every day the water is taken. Now if the plant is not able to eliminate that particular chemical, that will get bioaccumulated in that particular plant body. Even if you are drinking the water, it is getting bioaccumulated. So even few days back you would have heard about Maggi, the issue with the Maggi that came. Am I right? Nestle company. Even before that, there's an issue with the modern bread. Some 7-8 years back, you would have heard about modern bread. There was a bread called modern bread. In that, the news came that whether bread has got carcinogen, because the preservative they use in the modern bread has carcinogen. Immediately, the Ministry of Health finally they clarified that it does not have any carcinogen. It is safe to consume. So we had an issue with the Maggi and all. So that's how much amount it enters. Today, if you take, definitely in our body, lead, mercury, all will be there, because we are consuming a lot of food. Am I right? Unhealthy food we are consuming, a lot of snacks and everything we are consuming, junk items we are consuming. So definitely it will be inside the body. So now the question is how long it stays inside the body, whether it is reactive or non-reactive. That is what we call it as bioaccumulation. So just make note, bioaccumulation. If the input of the toxic substance, to an organism if the input of the toxic substance to the organism, to an organism, is greater than the rate at which the substance is lost, comma, the organism is said to be bioaccumulating that substance. The organism is said to be bioaccumulating that substance. Okay. It depends on amount it enters, number 2, solubility, number 3, bioreactiveness, number 4, biological half-life. Half-life, H-A-L-F, half, H-A-L-F-L-I-F-E, half-life. See how much time it stays inside the body. So this is what we call as bioaccumulation. Okay, why bioaccumulation has to happen? It is very natural for any body, plant body and animal body. Because if bioaccumulation is not there, then fat cannot accumulate in our body. Vitamin D, vitamin K, vitamin A and all, it cannot. So bioaccumulation is a healthy process, I will say that. It has to accumulate in our body. But when the toxin enters, like vitamin D, vitamin A, K, it will also get stored inside the body. And later point of time, it will react in the body, and later point of time, it can create a cancer. Okay, so that concept is called bioaccumulation. Okay, now what is that biomagnification? Now let's take the same case here. Now assume that every day the plant takes water. Let me say that a plant has 10 units of cadmium. A single plant has 10 units of cadmium. Okay. Now, this is the primary producer. So first the plant takes it, and the cadmium cannot go out of the body. The cadmium is getting bioaccumulated in the plant body. Now, one small fish will come. Okay, by eating one plant, it cannot survive. It has to eat 10 plant. Now, one plant has 10 units of cadmium. Suppose if the fish eats 10 plant, how much units of cadmium will be in the fish? 100. 10 into 10, 100, am I right? So 100 units of cadmium will be in the small fish. Then another medium fish will come. Then it will eat 10 small fish. Then how much unit it will be there? 1000 units, am I right? Because one plant has got 10 units. So 10 plant means totally 100 units. One small fish will come, eat 10 plant, so that 100 units will be present inside. Now another medium fish will come, it will eat 10 fishes, 1000 units will be there. Then another big fish will come, it will eat 10 fishes, 10,000 units will be there. Then one big fish will come. Okay, then it will eat this fishes, then 1 lakh will be there. Then what happens? Sunday morning, okay, am I right? You'll be going and getting a fish, am I right? So now when you purchase, even you take a slice of a fish, 20,000 to 30,000 units of cadmium, comfortably you can find it. Am I right? That's what it happens. So this is what, when it moves to the food chain, what is happening, you see? It is magnifying. It's magnifying. So that is what they say, whatever we pollute, it is going to come back to us in a magnified form. We call this as biomagnification. So in an individual organism, when any chemical substance is getting accumulated, we call bioaccumulation. But when the same thing is moving through the food chain, definitely it is going to get biomagnified. So that's what, if you give a small input in the grass, when it goes to the when it goes to the hawk, or when it goes to the eagle, it is going to get magnified. So that is the reason it was also came in the news that whether it is safe to consume fishes. Suppose assume that, let's take the case, if you are a vegetarian, of course, you are here, am I right? So you are directly consuming here. Suppose you are a non-vegetarian, eating poultry or goat, you are here. So little biomagnification will happen. When you are a fish consumer, that too some people know they want to eat only big fish. They cannot eat small fish. Am I right? So then you are sitting here. Am I right? Okay, they want shark and all. So you will be sitting here. So because shark is something, top predator. So now if you are consuming it, definitely magnification is very high. That is the reason sometimes they say, no, some sharks and all, they say that you should not consume certain fishes and all. Normally, sometimes they say. Because the reason is the chances pollutant enters, it will have the maximum concentration will be here. Then finally, we will be having it. So that is the question came whether, it is safe to consume fishes. Yes, there is a problem. Fishes, we need to be very careful comparing with, the other levels of organism. This is called biomagnification. Okay, just make note biomagnification. Okay, when the toxic substance stay in the body for a long period of time, and it moves through the food chain, then the chemical becomes more and more concentrated. In the apex predator. It is called biomagnification. Okay. So in bioaccumulation, what is the fourth point? Fourth point is biological off-life. This is the fourth point I said. Okay. So this is what the problem in any food chain: bioaccumulation and biomagnification. Okay. So we'll take a small break and then we'll start. Okay, when I say biological half-life, so when you take every chemical, when it enters into the body, it will have its life. So inside the body, the chemical will have a life. That is what we call as a biological half-life. Okay, so that is about the grazing food chain. So now we have to see the second food chain, detritus food chain. The second part is detritus food chain. So we have seen the grazing food chain. So detritus, when I say detritus, it is nothing but dead organism. Dead organic matter is called detritus. Dead organic matter is called detritus. See, you take after some point of time, all the organism has to die. Am I right? The plant has to die, the herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore, everyone has to die. Okay, so what is after the death? So, okay, we die. What will happen next? Yes, ultimately it has to get decomposed. Okay, after decomposition, what happens? So anything we die, so we have to get decomposed. After decomposition, what will happen? That is what. See, our body, a plant or animal or human, everything is made up of 16 elements from the periodic table. Am I right? So what is our body is made up of? Nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, sulfur, potassium, calcium. Am I right? So that's what our body is made up of. 16 elements from the periodic table only its body is made up of. So we have borrowed from the nature. So after we die, the decomposers will break it. Again, it will separate the nitrogen, hydrogen, sulfur, and again it will go back to the nature. Right? So that's how it goes. So in a decomposition process, it is getting decomposed, and again the nutrients are separated, and the nutrients again goes back to the primary producer. So that is what happens in a decomposition. Okay, how the decomposition process will happen? Because here also energy transfer happens. Am I right? So in this route also the energy transfer is happening. So here detritus, as I told you, detritus or dead organic matter. Okay, what is the first organism to come and act on the dead organic matter? Directly the decomposers will not come directly. The first organism to come and act on any dead organic matter is called detritivores. Detritivores. Okay. So who are those detritivores? Earthworm, ant, even some of the rodents. These are all detritivores. Even some scavengers also detritivores. So scavengers, since it's a big organism, we don't classify it as a detritivores. Normally when they use a detritivores, these are the small organism like earthworm, ant and all. Now normally what they do is, first they will consume some dead organic matter, and by that way they are breaking the body into pieces. That is something called fragmentation. Because if you fragment it, break into pieces, then what happens, you see, the microorganism can come and easily react. The decomposers can come and easily react. That's the reason fragmentation has to happen. But when this fragmentation happens, sometimes you find some soluble liquid. Am I right? Sometimes soluble liquid, soluble minerals, liquids and all you will find. Now the liquid will enter into the soil horizon. Normally we call it as leaching. So what does leaching means? Soluble inorganic chemicals, leaching, soluble inorganic chemicals goes down into soil horizon. Goes down into soil horizon. This is what we call it as a leaching. So leaching is nothing but any soluble inorganic chemicals you have in that body, dead organic body, that will slowly, the liquid, easily it will enter the soil profile, so it will go to the horizon. Then only the decomposers will come. the decomposers will come. Okay, who are all the decomposers? Who are all decomposers? So which are the microorganisms will do decomposition? So virus? No, virus will not do decomposition. It was asked in UPSC. Bacteria and fungi. Bacteria and fungi will do the decomposition. These two microorganisms. So comparing between bacteria versus fungi, do you know which will do the maximum decomposition? Whether bacteria will do the maximum decomposition in this world or fungi? Fungi. Please keep in mind fungi. Fungi population is very high. Fungi will do the maximum decomposition. Okay. Now, if a decomposition has to happen, there should be some criteria. So because when you have a particular criteria only, the decomposition will happen. Okay, what is that criteria? First thing, it should be warm climate, heat. Second, it should be moist. You should have moisture. For fungi and all, moisture is important. Okay, why warmness and moisture is important? It's very simple. Always when the temperature increases, bacterial activity will increase. Even our mother knows it. Even whether she's educated or uneducated does not matter. Anything your mom cooks during the summer month, afternoon, immediately she will keep it inside the fridge. You could have seen it. Anything she cooks in the winter month, probably she will delay it. She will not immediately keep it in the fridge. So that is, you see, that is summer month, warmness is more, bacterial activity will be more. When it is warm, immediately decomposition. Even you prepare a idli batter or something, during the summer month, you see, immediately the fermentation will happen very faster. Because any bacterial activity, fungi activity, warmness and moisture is very, very important. Okay, these two conditions. Apart from that, if this bacteria are aerobic bacteria, oxygen is also very important. Because the bacteria will consume oxygen and will release carbon dioxide. So that this criteria is present, decomposition will happen in a rapid manner. Okay, if not so, the decomposition will not happen. So if this is the case, now tell me in the year where the decomposition will happen better. Where the rapid decomposition happen, in which latitude? Oceania. In which latitude the decomposition will be better? Yes, tropical. Because you have warmness and moisture. So, okay, in this latitude and all, what will happen? Yes, decomposition will happen at a slower rate. Suppose if the decomposition does not happen, if a partially decomposed, we call it as a humus. If the dead organic matter is resisting the decomposition, we call it as humus. So just make note, what is humus? Humus, it is a accumulation of dark colored amorphous substance that resist microbial action. That is, decomposition rate is slow. That is, decomposition rate is slow. That is, the decomposition rate is very slow. Okay. So by that way, once the decomposition is over, the nutrients are separated and the nutrients again go back to the nature. Again it comes to the plant is taking and it goes back. So that's what, if you see this, Now you see here what is happening to the energy. See, the energy moves on. It goes to the top carnivore. Only 10% goes on. Rest 90% goes as a loss. Okay, where it goes, we do not know. Loss is lost, that's all. But what is happening to the nutrient? That is the matter. Matters get decomposed and again it comes back. So that is what finally what we can conclude is energy can never be recycled, but matters are recycled. Matters or nutrients are recycled again and again. Okay, so that is what we can conclude. Okay, so last point you noted. Energy can never be recycled, but matters or nutrients recycled again and again. Okay, so that is the energy flow. So how a grazing food chain, how a deterrence food chain. So you can compare in any forest. You go to any forest, yes, the sun's energy come to a Western Ghats, the sun's energy is taken by the plant in turn goes to the herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore. Within the Western Ghats, you may have a lake. Within the lake, you may have a phytoplankton, zooplankton, everything. So again, the sun's energy moves on. And after a point of time, all organism dies, either tiger or something. Then again, decomposition happens. The nutrients are getting recycled. The energy lost is lost. So that's how the ecosystem functioning. Okay, in this detritus food chain, when you take a detritus food chain, decomposition happens in the land, decomposition also happens in the water body. Where more energy flow will happen? We saw in the grazing food chain. In the grazing food chain, the water body, aquatic, will have more energy flow than the land. In detritus food chain, where more energy flow will happen? Where better decomposition will happen? Whether in the land or in the water? Land, yes, of course in the land. Okay, because land has soil, direct sunlight and everything, but whereas in the not water. So just make note, in detritus food chain, more energy is transferred in the land, that is in the terrestrial, than the aquatic. Yes, it is only terrestrial, land. Okay, so when we saw about the energy flow, we saw the 10% rule. Am I right? So whether in decomposition this 10% rule will follow. So here, so it goes 10% goes. But here the 10% follows. No, it's not possible at all because all the level dies. So here the rule of 10% you cannot see at all. Am I right? So when I say a bacteria, please understand it is not one bacteria comes. First detritivores will come. So detritivores will consume something, it will break it. Then another set of bacteria will come. It will consume something, it will further break it. Another set of bacteria, another set of, like that multiple set of bacteria will come and decomposition happens. So that's what here, since all the level is getting died, all the level is getting decomposed, 10% rule, here we cannot follow it. So 10% law only follows in the grazing food chain, not in the detritus food chain. Okay. So that's how about the energy flow. Okay, once the energy flow happens, obviously the nutrients are getting recycled again and again. So we need to see some nutrient recycling. So here, when you take a nutrient, we have carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, hydrogen cycle, sulfur. So we have all, for everything we have a cycle. So we cannot see everything. We will try to see 2 or 3 cycle, which is very important for exam. Okay, now we will discuss about nutrient cycling. Nutrient recycling or nutrient cycling. Also it is called as, generally from this they may ask one question, also called as biogeochemical cycle. Biogeochemical cycle. See, all the cycles are simple except nitrogen. Nitrogen cycle alone little complicated, but rest of the cycle are very easy to understand. biogeochemical cycle. The first one is nitrogen cycle. Nitrogen cycle. So we'll see how. See, in any cycle, what we need to see is first where the element is present. So sorry, where the nutrient is present. From there, how it comes to us, and again how it goes back. That's what in a cycle. Okay. So when you take a nitrogen cycle, first reservoir. Can you tell me where and all nitrogen is present? Basically, nitrogen is present in the first thing, air. When you take within air proportion, 77-78% is the nitrogen. Am I right? Apart from that, nitrogen is also present in the soil nitrogen. It is also present in the water. It is also present in all the organism. Start from plants to animals to human body. You know, even in our body, we have nitrogen. Am I right? Even within the DNA also, we have a nitrogen base. Protein is nothing but a nitrogen. Am I right? So everywhere nitrogen. Our body is also made up of nitrogen. Am I right? So everything nitrogen we have. But can you guess soil, water, and organism, how much percentage of nitrogen is trapped? They say that it is only 0.03. Rest of it is only in the air form. So maximum nitrogen is only in the air form. It will not get easily fixated in the soil, water, or organism. Okay, why? Why only it's in the maximum in the air form? What is the reason nitrogen mostly in the air form? Because the reason is nitrogen is highly non-reactive. It will not easily react. Okay, so reaction of nitrogen is very difficult. So nitrogen will not react easily. So if you want a nitrogen, so for example, can we inhale a nitrogen? No, it's not possible because nitrogen is non-reactive. Only in a particular condition only nitrogen will react. In rest of the condition, nitrogen will not react at all. Okay, so but in this case, how the nitrogen is fixated? That is what the first stage is, nitrogen fixation. So most of the time, nitrogen is in the air form. From the air form, how the nitrogen is fixated? Here you can fix the nitrogen from the air by 3 processes. The first one is atmospheric fixation. The first one is atmospheric fixation. Okay, what is that atmospheric fixation is? You see, nitrogen, as I told you, it is a highly non-reactive. It is inert. It will not easily react. But it can react under one condition, that is high temperature. Whenever a high temperature is induced, nitrogen will easily react with the reactive component, oxygen. Because oxygen, you know, that is highly reactive. It will immediately react with the oxygen. Okay, how a high temperature can come in the atmosphere? Is it possible to get a high temperature in the atmosphere? Possible. How? Lightning. Am I right? Thunderstorm lightning. Am I right? So whenever you get a cold front or when a convection is very stronger, that time, you know, cumulonimbus clouds will be formed. That time thunderstorm and lightning will come. So whenever you get a lightning, that time high temperature is induced. That time what happens, you see, the nitrogen will react with oxygen, come out as a nitrate or nitrate form, which is a usable form for the plant. Now immediately the nitrogen will mix with the water, the nitrate will mix with the water, falls on the soil, so that the soil will get nitrogen. From there it will run to the water body, okay, in the river system, so that the ocean or lake will get nitrogen. So that's the way nitrogen naturally can come into the atmosphere, naturally can come into the ecosystem. That is one way, through the lightning process. The second way of nitrogen fixation is biological fixation. Biological fixation. Okay, what is that biological fixation? Which I discussed. some around 2 years back. Leguminous plant, very good. So normally when you take a plants, some leguminous plants will have a symbiotic bacteria. Those bacteria can do it. But anyway, when you take bacteria, we have two types of bacteria. One is symbiotic bacteria that is present in the plant roots. The other type of bacteria is called free living bacteria that is normally present in the soil. Now, anyway, these two bacteria, what they can do is they have the capacity to take the air nitrogen, convert into amino acids or something, and put it in the soil or put it in the plant, which is usable form for the plant. So some of the bacteria names I'm giving you. The one as we saw, Rhizobium, Acetobacter. So in agriculture you will see more. Clostridium, Anabina, Nostac. These are the various bacteria. Some are symbiotic bacteria, some are free living bacteria, which can take the air nitrogen and convert into nitrate form or amino acids and put it in the plant. By that way, the plant gets it. Plant or soil gets it. Okay, that's the second method. The third method of nitrogen fixation is industrial fixation. Industrial fixation. What is that industrial fixation? Clostridium, 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 Anabina, Anabena, Anabina. Yes, industrial fixation, it is nothing but fertilizer. So the fertilizer manufacturing company, what they do? Yes, they manufacture, they take the air nitrogen, they use methane and all, they convert into, ammonia, that is a urea form, and they sell it. That directly you spray it on the soil or into the plant. By that way, the plant takes it. Am I right? So that's how the nitrogen is entering. This is the first stage. Okay, what is the second stage? Second stage is biosynthesis. See, atmospheric fixation means when you get a lightning will have high temperature. That time the nitrogen will react with oxygen, come out as a nitrate. That is something called atmospheric fixation. Okay. Okay, what is biosynthesis? Yes, whatever the nitrogen present in the soil or water, that will enter into the plant. Am I right? Now the plant will process it and it will move through all the food chain. That's all. The plant will do the biosynthesis of that protein, and then further it will move to the next level and next level and next level. By that way, all the organism comes. So for us, if you want a protein, so nitrogen protein, basically what we do, we consume pulses, parpu pairu, that's what we will consume. Suppose if you are a non-vegetarian, you consume some poultry or something. Some or other way, the nitrogen enters to us. That is something called biosynthesis. And then what happens? All the organism has to die. Decomposition. Biosynthesis is nothing but the nitrogen that is present in the soil or nitrate or amino acid, it is taken by the plant synthesizes it, biologically synthesize it. That is called biosynthesis. And then it is moving to the next level like herbivore, carnivore. So every levels of organism is synthesizing it. Am I right? So we take pulses. So pulses or protein or something. Now the nitrogen, of course, it is broken down, the amino acids, the nitrogen is taken, and then excess nitrogen is excreted through urea. Am I right? Through urination, it is excreted. That is called biosynthesis. Okay, now decomposition, the next stage. Now the organism has to die. Everyone has to die. Now here the bacteria will come and decompose. Now here, when it decomposes, it will not come out as a nitrogen. Please keep in mind. It will come out as a ammonia. So in any dead organic matter, please keep in mind, when it is getting decomposed, it will come out as a ammonia. Okay, now if it comes out as ammonia, you know that most of the time ammonia will directly escape to the air. So if all the ammonia escapes to the air, then your soil will not have any nitrogen at all. Am I right? Because at any point of time, you should have soil nitrogen. So if everything escapes, your soil will not have any nitrogen. So that is the reason we have the fourth stage, what is called nitrification. So I'm writing it here. Nitrification. See, what is nitrification is, we have some bacteria which is called nitrifying bacteria. Here nitrobacter, nitrosomonas. Some of the bacteria, nitrobacter, nitrosomonas. Okay. So what I told is, if any dead organic matter, when it is getting decomposition, it will try to escape as a ammonia. Am I right? If all the ammonia is escaping, then your soil will not have the nitrogen at all. So that is the reason these two bacteria, what it will do is, it will capture that escaping ammonia, convert into a usable form for the plant and put it in the soil or put it to the plant. That is what the nitrobacter nitrosomonas will do it. So just make note, nitrobacter nitrosomonas, that is, it captures escaping ammonia. It captures escaping ammonia, convert into a usable form for the plants, and fix it in the soil. Okay. Now we have a last stage. See here, this is our rare nitrogen. Now what I said is, air nitrogen is fixed in the soil by three processes. One is atmospheric fixation, that is during the lightning, the air nitrogen will react with oxygen, convert into nitrate, mix with the rainwater and fill it in the soil. Or it can be industrial fixation, fertilizer production company. So we directly take the air nitrogen, convert into fertilizer, or biological fixation. Through that way, we try to fix the nitrogen. Am I right? For the usable form for the plant. Now what the plant will do? The plant will take the nitrogen, biosynthesis, it will process it, and then it is going to all the level. Clear? Now everyone has to die. Now when they die, decomposition happens. In this decomposition, what comes out is the ammonia. Now all the ammonia will try to escape. So in this way only, the nitrifying bacteria, what is trying to do is, it is capturing the ammonia and put it back in the soil. Okay, so that it can be again taken by the plant or the soil will take it. Now if this is continuously happening, just imagine whether the air nitrogen will reduce or not. At any point of time, 77% of nitrogen should be maintained. If continuously air nitrogen குறைஞ்சிரும். So now some other way the cycle is not getting closed. The air nitrogen has to go back. That is the reason we have the next process, which is called denitrification. So here we have a bacteria which is called denitrifying bacteria, Pseudomonas. PSUE, Pseudomonas. denitrifying bacteria, Pseudomonas. Now what it is doing is, it will be acting separately. It will take the soil nitrogen, convert into air nitrogen, and send it back to the air. It will take soil nitrogen, convert into air nitrogen, and send it back to the air. You see, now the cycle is getting closed. So at any point of time, air nitrogen will be maintained same. At the same time, the air nitrogen is also fixed in the soil water, moves to the various organism, and again goes back to the soil, again goes back to the nature. Okay, this is what nitrogen cycle. So industrial fixation, again I'm telling you, it is nothing but fertilizer manufacture company, that's all. Okay, so this is the only thing little complicated. Rest other will be very simple. Carbon cycle, potassium, phosphorus cycle and all will be very simple. Okay, why nitrification process, why denitrification process happens? That is what I told you. Because if nitrifying bacteria captures all the escaping ammonia, keeps it, then the soil nitrogen level will increase, air nitrogen level will come down. So that should not happen. At any point of time, air nitrogen should be maintained. So that's the reason denitrification happens separately. So that means here we have different set of bacteria. First is nitrogen fixing bacteria, okay, nitrifying bacteria, denitrifying bacteria. In those times, what they used to do 10 years back and all, they will give you 4 bacteria. Sometimes they will ask you which are all nitrifying bacteria, which are all denitrifying bacteria, like that. Okay, this is the cycle. Apart from this, is there is any other way the nitrogen comes to the soil or nitrogen goes back? Is there is any other way the nitrogen comes to the soil or goes back? Yes, excretion. When the animal excrete, am I right? So that time nitrogen again goes back to the soil, am I right? So that's called excretion. So in the excretion process, nitrogen is added to the soil. Sorry. Okay. See, even though it is only 0.03%, the maximum percentage lies in the air. So that will be maintained. If you say air has 99%, suppose when you take only air nitrogen, when you take only the nitrogen alone, 99% of the nitrogen will be in the air, 1% will be in the soil, land, organism and everything. That has to be maintained throughout the lifespan. So definitely, it's not that you can take it because of its nature. Okay, so I think with this we will stop for the first day. So in the next class, next Saturday or Sunday, we will have a class. We will continue with the other, okay, carbon cycle, phosphorus cycle, oxygen cycle and all we'll see. And then we have some more concept like productivity of ecosystem and all will complete, and we'll move on to the next topic, okay, like ecosystem types. Okay, if you have any doubts, please ask me. See, biological fixation. Please understand, biological fixation means bacteria. Bacteria is the one which can directly take the air nitrogen, convert into a usable form for the plant. Most of the time, this bacteria, that is what Anabaena, Clostridium, so different types of bacteria I told you, this bacteria either may be present in the soil or in the roots of the plant, symbiotic or naturally free living, present in the soil. So it has the capacity to take directly air nitrogen, convert into nitrate or something, put it in the soil or give it to the plant. This is, we call it as biological fixation. Yes, you can leave. Anyone wants to leave, they can leave. Okay, lantana camera. So why it is introduced, we do not know, because in order to increase the the forest cover, probably they brought some species like eucalyptus, lantana camera, and all. They thought that it will grow very faster, so that the forest cover will increase. So that's the reason we brought it. We do not know what is the reason they brought it, but it is an invasive. See the list of invasive species. I will give it. Don't worry. That particular thing I will share it. You can see the list of species. See, mycorrhizae, what it does is, mycorrhizae will try to, that fungi, it will act between the fungi and this. It will try to take the nutrient and water and give it to the grasses. That is the plant. Thank you. See, what is the impact of high nitrogen content in soil? So again, when you have more nitrogen, the problem is the nitrogen some or other way will enter into the water body. It will lead up, or it will end up in a process called eutrophication. It will end up in water pollution that we will discuss. Okay, that anyway we will discuss in later state. Okay, everyone will have a higher life, biological life. Anyway, we don't want to get into that level. Carcinogen, mutagen, definitely it will have a higher life. It can stay in the body for a long period of time, even till our death or something. See, right now what you need to read is, as I told you, first read 6th to 10th NCERT book. Please read that and then go for essay book. Because whatever I covered today, most of the time, most of them will not be in the essay book. It will be in the 6th to 10th NCERT book. That's the basics. So please start with 6th to 10th NCERT book. Selective chapters of NCERT 11th and 12th, I will give it in the next class. Don't worry. Okay, many students are putting the questions, so let me go one by one. Okay, one is, see, bioreactiveness, biological half-life. What is bioreactiveness is, sometime when the chemical goes inside the body, the chemical may not react in the body. That is called non-bioreactive. But that chemical sometime will be reactive, which is called reactive, bioreactive. So for example, if you take a plastic, today we are talking about a plastic called microplastics. Now this microplastic problem is, as of now, it is not reacting in our body. It goes inside the body, it stays in the body, it is bioaccumulating in the body, it is not reacting. So right now we don't have any issue, but in future only we need to see. So whether it will react in the body, that is react in the cell, or it don't react in the cell. That is what we need to see. Half-life means when it goes inside the body, how long it stays, how many years it stays. That's what half-life. To put it simple. Okay, so what we'll do is, with this we will close. We will see in the